قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
معلومات عن السيارة هذه اللي بيقول عنها؟ السيارة والشهداء
تبع الشباب على في شهيدين استهداف
ومن الأكثر اكتظاظا في قطاع غزة، باعتبار أنه لا يتعدى مساحته كيلومتر مربع، ويحتوي على عشرات الآلاف من السكان. وكما تلاحظون كما هو الحال بكل المناطق، هي عبارة عن منازل ملاصقة ومتداخلة بعضها البعض. هذه الغارة في منطقة الشاطئ الشمال الغربي من مدينة غزة، وواضح من سحابة الغبار المرتفعة والمتصاعدة من المكان بأنها استهدفت منزلا، شقة سكنية أو منشأة في هذه المنطقة، في هذا المخيم اللاجئين الفلسطينيين. لكن بالتأكيد بما أن هذه الغارة وقعت في التو، فإنه يعني من غير الواضح على وجه الدقة ما هو الهدف على وجه التحديد. لكن هذه المنطقة ليست بعيدة عن مجمع الشفاء الطبي بعد عشرات الأمطار. مع السلام نفذت هذه الغارة الشاطئ، واضح بأن هذه الطائرات كانت قد نفذت غارة إسرائيلية أخرى في منطقة الشيماء المعلومات التي ترد تباعا وما زالت ترد بأن هناك استهداف لسيارة فلسطينية في منطقة الصفطاوي إلى الشمال من مدينة غزة. وكما يبدو فإن الاستهداف جاء عن طريق طائرات الاستطلاع الإسرائيلية التي أصابت هذه السيارة إصابة مباشرة. وهناك معلومات ترد تباعا وربما جرحى، لكن سوف أيضا نتريث حتى نستقل المعلومات من مصادرها، تجنبا في التشكيك في المعلومات، وتجنبا في يعني حالة الغلاء بشكل أولي. لكن بكل الأحوال إذا ما صحت هذه الرواية وهذه المعلومات الواردة من الميدان،
67th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The General Assembly will resume its consideration of Agenda Item 37, entitled The Situation in the Middle East, and Agenda Item 38, entitled Question of Palestine. Members will recall that the General Assembly held a debate on Agenda Item 37 at its 34th and 35th plenary meetings on 2nd of December 2020, and a debate on Agenda Item 38 at its 34th plenary meeting on 2nd of December 2020. Members will also recall that in my letter dated 17th of May 2021, I informed delegations that I had received a letter, also dated 17th of May, from the permanent representatives of Niger and Algeria, in their capacity as the chair of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the chair of the Arab Group, respectively, requesting a meeting of the General Assembly to hold a debate under these items. In light of this request, may I take it that the Assembly decides to hold an additional joint debate on Agenda Items 37 and 38. It is so decided. I would like to propose that the list of speakers for this joint debate be closed at this time in view of the large number of delegations inscribed on the list. Unless I hear any objection, I will take it that the Assembly agrees to close the list of speakers now. It is so decided. I will now deliver my opening statement from the rostrum. Distinguished Ministers, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, dear colleagues, as indicated in my letter dated 17th of May, I convened this formal plenary of the General Assembly in line with the request from the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and Arab Group to hold a joint debate on the question of Palestine and the situation in the Middle East. Subsequently, the Coordinating Bureau of the Non-Aligned Movement informed me that the decision to join this request as well. As we meet at the General Assembly today, the situation on the ground continues to deteriorate. We have witnessed the worst violence in years. Hundreds of innocent lives have already been taken. The suffering is immense. It is inhumane and simply unbearable. I'm extremely concerned about the protection of civilians, particularly amidst continued bombardment of Gaza and for international humanitarian law. I condemn all attacks against civilians and religious sites. It is particularly heartbreaking that the escalation of the attacks began at the end of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan. The raid on the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is one of the holiest places on earth for 1.8 billion Muslims, was shocking. I once again urge display of respect to all places of worship, including Al-Aqsa Mosque and Al-Haram al-Sharif. Since the onset of the current escalation, nearly 2 weeks ago, the UN has reported that over 200 Palestinians, including 63 children and 35 women, have been killed in Gaza. In the last 24 hours alone, there were 6 Palestinian fatalities in Gaza. The situation in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is also dire, with the UN reporting that 25 Palestinians, including 4 children, have been killed. 3 of these fatalities, including 1 child, took place in the last 24 hours. Thousands of Palestinians have been injured across Gaza and the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Thousands have been rendered homeless, seeking refuge elsewhere, including in mosques and UNRWA schools. Civilians are also impacted in Israel, with fatalities and hundreds of injuries reported. My thoughts and prayers are with the families of those who have been killed. May they rest in peace. And my wishes of speedy recovery for the injured. Excellencies, dear colleagues, I echo the calls for a ceasefire in Gaza. This is needed immediately. The parties must step away from the brink and respect international law. Israel, as an occupying power, must ensure compliance with its international humanitarian law obligations, including proportionate use of force. The violence and incitement in the occupied West Bank, including in East Jerusalem, must stop. Palestinians should not live under perpetual fear of eviction from their homes because of expanding settler colonialism in the West Bank. The eviction of Palestinians from their homes in Sheikh Jarrah could constitute a war crime under international law. Israeli courts have no authority in occupied East Jerusalem. The insecurity and extremely complex humanitarian conditions that many vulnerable Palestinians already experience on a daily basis have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Rapid, safe and unimpeded access for humanitarian actors is essential to bring in food, health services and other crucial humanitarian relief. Urba facilities have become places of refuge and safety for thousands of Palestinians displaced in recent days. This is another example of this agency's vital humanitarian role. And member states must ensure UNRWA receives sufficient financial and political support, including for yesterday's $38 million flash appeal, in order to continue providing its essential services. This is critical for regional stability. Excellencies, dear colleagues, we have unfortunately been at this juncture before many times. The question of Palestine is the longest standing issue on the UN Peace and Security agenda. It has been around as long as the United Nations. Let us therefore look at the real picture. This latest escalation did not happen in a vacuum. It is yet another flare-up that has risen to a point we simply cannot turn a blind eye to. This is not an isolated occurrence. It cannot be divorced from the broader context of this decades-long issue, including the protracted military occupation of the Palestinian territories. The occupation, compounded by political impasse and lack of negotiations, is the main underlying source of instability and perpetuation of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The Palestinian people have lived under occupation for decades. Such a sustained occupation has multifaceted consequences, including widespread feelings of disillusionment and hopelessness among Palestinians. At its core, the occupation is depriving Palestinians of their inherent human dignity. The UN position on this issue is thoroughly documented in countless resolutions and reports. This includes serious long-standing concerns regarding the human rights and humanitarian aspects of the situation. I welcome the OIC's request to convene a special session of the Human Rights Council next week to address the grave human rights situation in Gaza and the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem. The human rights dimension of this matter requires more scrutiny and attention. Excellencies, we have to show the Palestinians and Israelis that there is light at the end of the tunnel. That is all not lost, despite the bleakness of the current situation. Unlike so many of the challenges faced by the multilateral system, the institutional record of the United Nations clearly prescribes the way forward in this case. That is, swift return to negotiations, with the goal of ending the occupation, addressing all final status issues, including the status of Jerusalem, and achieving two independent, sovereign, viable states, Israel and Palestine. living side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition within recognized borders on the basis of the pre-1967 lines with Jerusalem as the capital of both states. This is in line with relevant United Nations resolutions, international law, prior agreements, and long-standing parameters for the Middle East peace process. It is our collective responsibility to support Israelis and Palestinians to this end. The international community must show a renewed will to tackle the injustice and ensure that the rights of the Palestinian people are respected and upheld. This is a legal and moral obligation. In this regard, I wish to reiterate my full support to the ongoing mediation efforts, including by the United Nations, the Middle East Quartet, and key international partners to reinvigorate the renewed credible negotiations in pursuit of the two-state solution. The Security Council must shoulder its responsibilities and overcome yet again its paralysis on the longest-standing item on its agenda. Inaction on this issue undermines, indeed hinders, the Council's and the United Nations' ability and credibility on other pressing peace and security matters. I hope that we will hear a unified voice from the Security Council on this important and urgent subject. As for the General Assembly, we need to assume our responsibility under the Charter of the United Nations and demonstrate that we can deliver more than just words. We need to let the Palestinian people know that their legitimate aspirations have been heard and that the international community cares about their suffering. We have a common duty to prevent any further erosion of international law. We need to translate these words and commitments into action. Excellencies, dear colleagues, in September, while commemorating the UN's 75th anniversary, Member States recommitted to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. We recommitted to upholding international peace and security. Yet when it comes to Israel and Palestine, we are clearly failing. Our failure undermines the credibility of the multilateral system and the United Nations. On the UN's historic 75th session of the General Assembly, I call on both sides and the international community to take real steps to stop the vicious cycle of violence and to end the occupation, to defend human rights, to uphold the principles of international law and the spirit of the Charter of the United Nations. I thank you. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. The past 10 days have witnessed a dangerous and horrific surge in deadly violence in the occupied Palestinian territory, particularly Gaza, and in Israel. I am deeply shocked by the continued air and artillery bombardment by the Israeli Defense Forces in Gaza. As of 19 May, this had claimed the lives of at least 208 Palestinians, including 60 children, and injured thousands more. The continued indiscriminate firing of rockets by Hamas and other militant groups towards population centers in Israel, resulting in at least 12 fatalities, including 2 children, and hundreds of injuries, is also unacceptable. My heart goes out today to the victims and their loved ones. The fighting must stop immediately. I appeal to all parties to cease hostilities now, and I reiterate my call on all sides for an immediate ceasefire. The hostilities have caused serious damage to vital civilian infrastructure in Gaza, including roads and electricity lines, contributing to a humanitarian emergency. Crossings into Gaza have been closed and power shortages are affecting water supplies. Hundreds of buildings and homes have been destroyed, damaged, or rendered uninhabitable. Airstrikes have damaged several hospitals, which were already short of supplies due to years of debilitating closures exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The fighting has left thousands of Palestinians homeless and forced over 50,000 people to leave their homes and seek shelter in UNRWA schools, mosques, and other places with little access to water, food, hygiene, or health services. I was horrified by reports that 9 members of one family were killed in Al-Shati refugee camp. If there is a hell on earth, it is the lives of children in Gaza today. The destruction of media offices and the killing of a journalist in Gaza are extremely concerning. Journalists must be able to carry out their essential work, including in conflict zones, without fear of attack and harassment. They must be protected and respected. I'm deeply distressed by damage to United Nations facilities in Gaza. United Nations premises are inviolable, including during armed conflict. Humanitarian installations must be respected and protected. United Nations agencies and our partners continue to provide aid to the people of Gaza. UNRWA is providing drinking water, sanitation, and electricity generators for those sheltering in its schools, while the World Food Programme has provided electronic vouchers to 74,000 people in Gaza. And the Secretary General Mark Lowcock and I will launch a full humanitarian appeal for funding as soon as possible. And meanwhile, to meet immediate needs, I'm working on an allocation from the Central Emergency Response Fund, and the humanitarian coordinator intends to release $14 million from the humanitarian fund for the occupied Palestinian territories. I urge donors to follow through on the pledges they have made. Access for humanitarian goods is paramount. Attacks by militant groups on areas surrounding crossing points are unacceptable. At the same time, Israel has a duty to allow and facilitate rapid and unhindered access for humanitarian aid, including food, fuel and medical supplies into Gaza. Excellencies, meanwhile, rockets fired by militants in Gaza have reached as far as Tel Aviv and its suburbs and Ben Gurion Airport, claiming civilian lives, causing hundreds of injuries, and damaging residential and commercial property. Mr. President, Excellencies, even wars have rules. First and foremost, civilians must be protected. Indiscriminate attacks and attacks against civilians and civilian property are violations of the laws of war. So are attacks against military objectives that cause disproportionate loss of civilian life and injury to civilians. There is no justification, including counterterrorism or self-defense, for the abdication by the parties to the conflict of their obligations and international humanitarian law. I urge the Israeli authorities to abide by the laws governing armed conflict, including the proportionate use of force. And I call on them to exercise maximum restraint in the conduct of military operations. I likewise urge Hamas and other militant groups to stop the indiscriminate launching of rockets and mortars from highly populated civilian neighborhoods into civilian population centers in Israel, also in clear violation of international humanitarian law. Densely populated civilian areas must not be used for military purposes. But above all, what we must, and I am repeating my appeal, what we must achieve is an immediate ceasefire. Mr. President, Excellencies, I'm also deeply concerned by the continuation of violent clashes between Israeli security forces and Palestinians across the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, where several Palestinian families are under the threat of eviction. These developments were preceded by weeks of tension, including around the holy sites. I urge Israel to cease demolitions and evictions in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, in line with its obligations under international humanitarian and human rights law. All settlement activities, including evictions and demolitions, are illegal under international law. Jerusalem is a holy city for 3 world religions. I underscore that the status quo at the holy sites must be upheld and respected. In Israel, Communal violence and inflammatory rhetoric have added a further worrying dimension to the crisis. This localized violence has diminished over the past week, and I commend Jewish and Arab community leaders and civil society organizations for their positive contributions to peace. Furthermore, with every day that passes, the risk that violence could spread beyond Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory increases. This conflict creates an environment that is ripe for exploitation by radicals and extremists. We must prevent at all costs the emergence of a new locus of dangerous instability in the region. It is imperative that we achieve de-escalation to prevent an uncontainable cross-border security and humanitarian crisis. Mr. President, Excellencies, United Nations officials, including my Special Coordinator for the Middle East process and myself, are undertaking extensive diplomatic efforts within the region, including with Egypt, Jordan and Qatar, and with key partners in the international community to encourage all sides to halt the violence. We are engaging directly with the parties to conflict, including Hamas, in our efforts to secure an end to hostilities. I commend the ongoing efforts of Member States aimed at encouraging all parties to exercise restraint, de-escalate tensions, prevent further civilian casualties, and reach cessation of hostilities. And I call on all members of the international community to do everything in their power to enable the parties to conflict to step back from the brink. And I call on the parties themselves to allow for mediation efforts to intensify in order to bring the fighting to an end. These horrific events did not arise in isolation. They must be viewed in the context of decades of military occupation, political deadlock, grievances and hopelessness, and the failure to address the core issues at the heart of the conflict. We know far too well that violence begets violence. The unconscionable deaths, suffering and destruction of the past 10 days only serve to push the prospect of sustained peace further into the future. A revitalized peace process is the only route to a just and lasting solution. It is imperative that we keep this long-term vision alive. It starts by replacing anger and disillusionment with hope for a future in which both Palestinians and Israelis live side by side in peace and security. We must work towards a resumption of negotiations that will address the status of Jerusalem and other final status issues, end the occupation, and allow for the realization of a two-state solution on the basis of 1967 lines, UN resolutions, international law and mutual agreements, with Jerusalem as capital of both Israel and Palestine. The United Nations is deeply committed to working with Israelis and Palestinians and with our international and regional partners, including through the Middle East Quartet, to realize a lasting and just peace. Only through renewing our commitment and redoubling our efforts towards a negotiated solution can we bring this cruel violence and hatred to a definitive end. And I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Riyad al-Malki, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Observer State of Palestine.
معالي رئيس الجمعية العامة،
President of the General Assembly,
معالي الأمين
Your
العام،
Excellency Secretary General of the United
معالي
Nations,
الوزراء،
Your Excellencies, Ministers,
السيدات
ladies
والسادة.
and gentlemen.
تحمل جلسة اليوم
We thank you for holding
والتي
today's session
قمتم بعقدها
upon the
مشكورين
request
بطلب من المجموعة
by the
العربية
Arab Group,
والإسلامية
the OIC,
ودول عدم
and the
الانحياز،
non-aligned movement.
وبمشاركة عدد كبير
In
من
today's
وزراء
session,
خارجية الدول
a
العربية
large number
والإسلامية
of Foreign ministers
وممثلين
from
عن دول العالم
Arab
أجمع
and Islamic states are
رسالة
taking
واضحة
part along with
تقول
representatives of
أوقفوا
different
المجزرة.
countries. This sends a clear message.
سيد
Stop
الرئيس،
the massacre. Mr. President,
تستهدف إسرائيل المدججة
Israel,
بالسلاح
with its state-of-the-art arms,
العائلات
is
في
targeting
منامها
families
ترهب
as they
شعبا،
sleep to sow the seeds of
ولا
terror
تدعي
among
أنها
our people.
أخطأت
It
أو
is not
تعتذر،
pretending it was a mistake.
بل تؤكد
It is not
أن من
even
حقها
apologizing.
ارتكاب
It is
هذه
rather
الجرائم
reaffirming that it is its right
وقتل
to commit
الأبرياء
these crimes, to kill
وتحمل
innocent
الضحية
people, and it is
المسؤولية.
blaming the victim.
حتى هذه اللحظة
Until today,
قتلت إسرائيل
Israel has killed
230 فلسطيني،
230
منهم
Palestinians, including
65 طفل
65 children,
و40 سيدة
40 women,
و15 مسن.
and 15
دمرت
old
أكثر
persons.
من 1500
It
شقة
destroyed more than
سكنية
1,500
و50
residential
مدرسة.
apartments and 50
والأعداد
schools.
في ازدياد
The numbers
مع
are
استمرار
increasing
هذا العدوان.
as Israel continues its aggression.
كما هجرت إسرائيل
Israel has also
100,000
displaced
فلسطيني
100,000
في خضم
Palestinians
الجائحة.
during the pandemic
في انتهاك صارخ
in a blatant
للقانون
violation
الدولي
of international law.
ونداء الأمين العام
And the
القاضي
Secretary General's
بوقف
call
النزاعات
to stop
خلال
conflicts
الجائحة.
during the pandemic.
ولمن يقول
To
أن
those who say
لإسرائيل الحق في
that
الدفاع عن
Israel has
نفسها،
the right to defend
عن أي
itself,
حق
what
يتحدثون؟
right are you exactly talking about?
وهي قوة الاستعمار
Israel is a
والاحتلال لأرضنا،
colonization
وهي
power. It is
من
occupying
يضطهد
our land.
شعباً
It is
بأكمله.
persecuting a whole people.
تسألكم إسرائيل ماذا
Israel
كنتم
would ask you,
ستفعلون إن
what
سقطت
would you have
الصواريخ
done
على
if
مدنكم؟
missiles were
وتتناسى
targeting
أن
your
احتلالها
cities?
هو
But
أساس
Israel
العنف
forgets that
ومصدره.
its occupation is the
وأنا
root cause
أسألكم،
of the violence.
ماذا
So I
كنتم
would like to
ستفعلون
ask you,
إذا
what
احتلت
would you do
أرضكم
if your territory is
وشرد
occupied,
شعبكم
if your people were
وحوصر
displaced, if
وقتل
your people were killed,
واعتقل
detained, arrested, and
كيف
persecuted?
يتم الاعتراف لقوة
How
الاحتلال
can an
بحقها في
occupying
الدفاع
power
عن
have
نفسها
the right to defend itself
ويحرم
when
الشعب
a
تحت
whole
الاحتلال
people under
من هذا الحق؟
occupation is deprived of the very same
كيف
right?
يتسابق البعض
How can some
لإصدار
rush to
بيانات
issue
الإدانة
statements to condemn the
قتل
killing
إسرائيلي
of one Palestinian
ويبقى
at a time when the
صامتا
whole
على
world
إبادة
stays silent
عائلات
and turns a blind
فلسطينية
eye to the
بأكملها؟
genocide of whole Palestinian
الرئيس،
families? Mr. President,
يحيي الشعب الفلسطيني
the Palestinian
ذكرى
people
نكبته في ظل
commemorates its
المزيد من
Nakba
القمع والتنكيل كما مر
at a time when
خلال
it
ما
faces
يزيد عن
further
70
torture and
عاما.
oppression, as it has done in the
الكثير
past
من
70
الكوارث
years. We
والنكبات
are facing
وضحى
many
وعانى
disasters and
وتشرد
nakbas.
وصبر وناضل
We made
واستشهد واعتقل
sacrifices, we were
دفاعاً
displaced,
عن
we were
تاريخه
patient, we
ووطنه
struggled, we
ومقدساته.
became martyrs, and we were
ولكن
arrested
ذلك لم
to
يثبت
defend our
شعبنا عن
history,
النضال
our
ولم
nation,
يتخلى في
and our holy
مسيرته
sites.
يوما
However,
عن
not a
ثوابته
single day
وأهدافه
did we let
الوطنية
go of our
كما نصت
national
عليها قرارات
objectives
الشرعية
as
الدولية.
stipulated in resolutions of
ولكن
international
إسرائيل
legitimacy. We have
السلطة
never let go
القائمة
of our
بالاحتلال
struggle. However,
تعيد
Israel,
تكرار
the
المشهد
occupying
ذاته
power, is repeating
الشيخ
the
جراح
same
في القدس
crimes
المحتلة.
in Sheikh
وتسعى
al-Jarrah
مرة
today in occupied Jerusalem.
بتهجير
It is
العائلات
trying once
الفلسطينية
again to
قسراً
displace
بهدف
forcibly
محو
Palestinian
الوجود
families
الفلسطيني
in order to
العربي في
erase
المدينة.
any Arab
وهذا
Palestinian
العدوان
presence in
تشترك
the
فيه
city.
الحكومة
This
الإسرائيلية
aggression is
وجيش
taking place
الاحتلال
with the
ومحاكمه
participation of the
والمستوطنين
Israeli
والمتطرفين
government, the
جميعاً.
occupation army, the Israeli
فلم تدخر
courts,
إسرائيل القوة
settlers,
القائمة
and
بالاحتلال
extremists.
جهدا
Israel,
على
the
مدار
occupying
العقود
power,
الماضية
spared
لطمس
no
الهوية
effort in the
الفلسطينية
past
العربية
decades to
الإسلامية
obliterate the
المسيحية
Islamic and
لمدينة
Christian
القدس
Arab Palestinian
وتهجير
identity
أبنائها
of Jerusalem,
وتطويقها
to displace
بالمستوطنات
its people, to
ولتقسيم
smother it with
الحرم
settlements,
الشريف
to divide
زمنياً
Al-Haram,
ومكانياً
Al-Sharif in place
واستمرت
and
في
in time.
حربها
It
على الوجود
continues its
الفلسطيني
war against
المتأصل
the
في
deeply rooted
المدينة
Palestinian
المقدسة
presence in the holy
بيتاً
city.
بيتاً.
House after
وصعدت
house,
من هذه
it
السياسات
escalated these
الممنهجة
policies, these
خلال الأعوام
systematic
الماضية.
policies in the past years.
وأتى قرارها باقتحام
Its
أحد
decision
أقدس
to
الأماكن
break into one of the holiest
الحرم
places,
القدسي الشريف
the holy Al-Aqsa
أقدس
Mosque,
شهر رمضان
in one of
الفضيل
the holiest
وأقدس
months, the
الليالي،
holy Ramadan,
ليلة
and one of the
القدر
holiest nights,
المباركة،
the night of Al-Qadr,
تجسيدا لهذه
is a case
المحاولات
in point
التي
of these
باءت
attempts
وستبوء
which
بالفشل.
failed and will continue to fail.
ولكن
However,
ردت القدس
Jerusalem
ببلاغتها المعتادة
responded, as
على من
always,
قال
to
أنه
those who
وحد
said and
القدس
pretended that they have
باحتلاله،
unified
وعلى من
Jerusalem
قال
by their
أن
occupation, to
بإمكانه
those who
صنع
said that they
السلام
can
في
make
الشرق
peace in
الأوسط
the
دون
Middle East
شعبنا
without our
وعلى
people
حسابه.
and on its
ردت
expense.
على من وعد
We
المحتل
responded to those who
بإهدائه
gave a promise to the occupier
وقالت أن القدس
to
ليست
gift it
للبيع.
Jerusalem. We said
وردت
that
على من
Jerusalem
أراد
is not for
تقسيم
sale.
أقصانا
We responded
أن
to
للأقصى
those who wanted to
وللقيامة
divide our
وللقدس
Al-Aqsa that
حراسها
we
ومرابطيها
have
الذين لا يأبهون
that people will
بوعد
protect
من لا
Al-Aqsa,
يملك
and we
لمن
do
لا
not
يستحق.
care about a promise by those who do
وهنا
not own
نجدد
to those who
تأكيدنا
do not
الواضح
deserve.
على
We
أهمية
reaffirm
احترام
the
الوضع
importance and the
التاريخي
need to
والقانوني
respect
القائم
the
في الحرم
current
الشريف
legal and historic status
والدور
of
الهام
Al-Haram al-Sharif.
للمملكة
We
الأردنية
reaffirm the
الهاشمية
important role
وللوصايا
of
الهاشمية على
Jordan
الأماكن
and the
المقدسة
Hashemite
في
protection
المدينة.
of the holy places in the city.
سيد الرئيس،
Mr. President,
لقد قبلنا بالشرعية
we have
الدولية
accepted
وبالقانون الدولي
international
حكما
legitimacy
لحل
and
قضيتنا
international law
والعمل
to
السياسي
solve our question.
والمقاومة
We
الشعبية
accepted
السلمية
political work
طريقا
and
للتوصل
peaceful
إلى حل
resistance
قضايا
as a
الحل
way
وضع
to
النهائي
solve the
كافة
final issues
وصولا لمعاهدة
and
معاهدة
reach a
السلام
peace
تنهي
agreement
الاحتلال
which
والصراع.
would end occupation
إلا أن
and the
دولة
conflict.
الاحتلال الإسرائيلي
However,
ظلت تراوغ
the
منذ
occupation
اتفاق
power,
أوسلو
Israel,
وحتى
continues
تاريخه
to procrastinate
ولم
since
تكتفي
the Oslo
بذلك.
Accords. Not
بل
only
إن
that,
الحكومة الإسرائيلية
the
الحالية
current Israeli
لا
government
تؤمن
does not
بحل
even believe in the
دولتين
two-state solution.
وواصلت
It
سياسة الضم
continues its
والاستيطان في
annexation
أرضنا
policies.
المحتلة
It continues
من أجل
its
تقويم.
colonization of our
وأصدرت
occupied
القوانين
land.
العنصرية
It
وعزلت
issues
بحصارها قطاع
racist
غزة
laws.
عن
It
باقي أرض
isolates
الوطن وعن
Gaza
العالم
Strip
وخرقت جميع الاتفاقيات
and
السياسية
violates
والاقتصادية
all
والأمنية
political,
المعقودة معها.
economic, and security
إن القانون
agreements
الدولي
signed with it.
هو حجر
The
الأساس
international
للمنظومة
law is the
الدولية
cornerstone of
ولا
the
يحتمل
international order. It
الازدواجية
does not
والتحريف.
tolerate any duplication and any
وإن
false
التعامل مع
interpretation.
إسرائيل على أنها
Dealing with
دولة
Israel
فوق
as a country
القانون
above the law will
يحثها
only
على
encourage it
الاستمرار في
to act as
التصرف
such.
كدولة خارجة عن القانون. فلقد آن
It is
الأوان
high
أن
time
يتحمل
for the
المجتمع
international
الدولي
community to shoulder
مسؤولياته
its
لوضع حد
responsibilities to
لهذا
end the
العدوان
Israeli
الإسرائيلي على
occupation
أرضنا
of our land,
ومقدساتنا
of our holy sites,
ووجودنا
of our
ومستقبلنا.
presence and our future.
آن الأوان
It is
لاتخاذ
high
تدابير
time
عملية
to take
لتوفير
practical
الحماية
measures
الدولية
to provide
للشعب
international
الفلسطيني
protection to the
إلى أن
Palestinian
يتمكن
people
من ممارسة
until they
حقه
can
في تقرير
actually
مصيره
practice their
ونيل
right to
حريته
self-determination,
واستقلاله على
their
أرضه
right to
المحتلة
freedom and
منذ
independence
العام
on their occupied
1967 وعاصمتها
land
القدس
since
الشرقية.
1967 with East
فإننا
Jerusalem as the
نحثكم
capital.
على التمسك
We urge you to
بالتزاماتكم
honor
بموجب
your
القانون
commitments
الدولي
under the
بما في
international
ذلك
law,
عدم
including
الاعتراف
not
بالوضع
to
غير
acknowledge
القانوني
the
الذي
illegal
تخلقه
status
أو
created
تخلقه سياسات
by
وإجراءات
Israeli
إسرائيل في
procedures
فلسطين
and
المحتلة.
policies in occupied
فيها
Palestine,
القدس الشرقية.
including East Jerusalem.
وندعوكم
We
إلى
call
عدم
upon
تقديم
you
الدعم
not to provide
والمساعدة
any assistance
التي من
or
شأنها
support to
ترسيخ والحفاظ على
entrench
هذا
and
الوضع
maintain the current
والتمييز
status.
بين
We
إسرائيل
call upon you to
السلطة القائمة
differentiate between
بالاحتلال
Israel, the
والأرض
occupying power,
المحتلة
and the
وإلى
occupied
ضمان
territories and
المساعدة.
ensure accountability.
وعلى كل دولة في العالم
Every
واجب
country in
الانتصار
the world has
للحرية
the
والعدل
responsibility
والسلام.
to ensure that peace,
واجبها في
justice,
أن
and
تسائل
freedom prevail.
إسرائيل
It is your
لا أن
right to hold
تسلحها
Israel accountable
وأن
and not to
تساهم في
provide it with
توفير
arms.
الحماية للضحايا
It is your
لا الحصانة
responsibility to
لمجرمي الحرب
contribute to
وأن
providing
تحارب
protection to the
لا
victims,
من
not
يقاطعها
immunity to
وأن
war
تعترف
criminals.
بالحق
It is
الفلسطيني
your responsibility
لا
to
أن تقر
fight settlements,
بالانتهاك
not
الإسرائيلي
those who boycott
أن
them.
تكون سندا
It is your
للشعب المضطهد
responsibility to be a
قولا وفعلا
support to
لا عونا
a
في
people
اضطهاده.
persecuted
دور
in
العالم
deed
ليس
and
أن يكون
words.
شاهدا على الجريمة أو
The
أن
world
يكتفي
should not
بإدانتها.
be
دور
simple,
العالم
should
أن
not simply
يحول
watch
دون
and
تكرارها.
stand idly by. You should stop these
الرئيس،
crimes. Mr.
من هنا،
President, from this
بيت
rostrum,
الأمم
from the United
والتي
Nations,
نص عهدها
whose
وميثاقها
charter
على حق الشعوب في تقرير
ensures the
مصيرهم
right of people to
وأمام ممثلي
self-determination,
الدول التي
and in
انتزعت
front and
استقلالها
before the
من مخالب
representatives
الاستعمار
of
والأبارتايد.
states which
نقول
achieved their
إن
independence
شعبنا لن
after
يتخلى
apartheid
أو
and
يتنازل عن
occupation,
حقه
we would
وعن
like to tell
مكانته
you that our
الطبيعية بين
people
الأمم.
shall not waver their
ويحيي
right and their
شعبنا
place among
تضامنكم معه
nations. We
والمستمد
salute your
من تجاربكم
solidarity with us
النضالية ومآسيكم وتاريخكم
after your own
ومبادئكم.
struggles and
وقد
history
رأينا شعوب
and
العالم
principles. We saw how
بمئات
people of
الآلاف
the world
إن لم يكن بالملايين
took to
إلى
the streets
الشوارع
in thousands and
دفاعاً
even
عن
millions
الحرية
to
والإنسانية
defend freedom
ولتقول
and humanity,
كفى
to say
بالعدوان
to the Israeli
الإسرائيلي.
occupation, stop, enough is enough.
يتهم البعض
Some would accuse
الأمم
the United
المتحدة
Nations of
بالانحياز
siding with
لفلسطين
Palestinians.
في حين
At the time when it is
أنها
siding with its
تنحاز
charter,
لميثاقها
it is siding with
وللحق
rights,
ونضال
with the
الشعوب
struggle of people
بتحقيق
to
حريتهم
achieve their
واستقلالهم.
independence
أما
and
الانحياز
freedom.
الذي يجب مواجهته
The bias which
والانحياز
should
الذي
we
يحصن
fight is
الاحتلال
any
الإسرائيلي
bias
من العقاب.
that ensures
إن هذه الحروب ما
impunity
كانت
and guarantees
لتكون
impunity to Israel.
لو
These wars
تحمل
would never have been
الاحتلال
launched
عواقب
had
جرائمه
the occupation
المتعددة ومنها قمع
taken
المظاهرات
responsibility of its
خاصة
different
مظاهرات
crimes,
العودة في قطاع
including
غزة
oppressing
والعدوان المتكرر خلال
demonstrations
الأعوام 2009
and its
2012
repeated aggressions
و2014
in
أو
2009,
على مدار
2012,
عقود من القمع
2014.
والتهجير والتمييز العنصري.
After long
سيد
decades of
الرئيس،
oppression, racial
نحن
discrimination,
طلاب
and
سلام.
displacement.
نجنح
Mr.
له
President, we
ونعمل من
call
أجله.
for peace. We are
ولكن
working
ليس على
for peace.
حساب
However,
حقوق
this
شعبنا
cannot come at the
التي
expense of
كفلتها
our people
الشرعية
and its
الدولية.
right guaranteed by resolutions of
إنهاء
international
العدوان ضد
legitimacy.
شعبنا
Ending
ومقدساتنا
occupation
يجب أن
against our
يليه
people and our
عملية
holy
سياسية
sites
وفقا
should be
للمرجعيات
followed
الأممية
by a
وبرعاية
political
دولية
process in line
تفضي
with
إلى
UN
إنهاء
terms
الاحتلال
of reference
الإسرائيلي
with
لأرض
an
دولة
international
فلسطين
sponsorship,
وعاصمتها القدس
which would
الشريف
lead to ending the Israeli
وحل
occupation
لقضية
of
اللاجئين
Palestine.
وفقا لقرار
and its
194. وهذا
capital.
ما أبلغنا الإدارة الأمريكية والرباعية
This is
الدولية
what we
به
have informed
بعد
the
رحيل
US administration and the
ترامب
quartet
ومعها صفقة العار
after
والتي
the end of
ادعت
term of
أن
the Trump
فلسطين لم
administration
تعد
and its
قضية
shameful
مركزية
deal, which pretended that
وأنها
Palestine is no
هامشية
longer
في
a
وجدان
critical
الوطن
and
العربي
central
والعالم
question.
الإسلامي وعلى الصعيد العالمي. وها هي
However,
الأحداث
the events
تؤكد
today
مرة أخرى
reaffirm
مركزية
the
القدس والقضية
importance and
الفلسطينية
centrality
على
of
صعيد
Jerusalem
المنطقة
and the
والعالم
Palestinian
أجمع
cause at the
ولكن
regional and
بأي ثمن.
international level. But at what
حقيقة
expense?
بأي ثمن.
Really, at what expense?
يتربص الاحتلال بشعبنا
The
جيلا بعد
occupation
جيل
targets
وقد خلف
our
هذا
people
العدوان الإسرائيلي
generation
المجرم
after generation.
آلاما
This
جديدة
criminal Israeli
لا
occupation
تنتهي
has caused
بالهدنة
so much
ووقف
pain which
إطلاق
cannot
النار.
be solved by a truce and a ceasefire.
فقد نامت الطفلة
Susie,
سوزان
a child,
في بيتها
went to sleep in her
في
house
قطاع غزة
in Gaza
مع أمها
with her
وأبيها
mother,
وإخوتها
father,
الأربعة
and 4 siblings.
واستيقظت
She woke
تحت
up the next
الأنقاض
day under
يتيمة
the
الأم
rubbles without a
ووحيدة
mother,
أبيها
with only one father.
وسميرة وأشجارها
Samira
التي زرعها
and the
والدها
trees
في
planted
حديقة
by her
البيت
father in
الذي
their
أواهم في
house's
الشيخ
garden
جراح
in
بعد
Sheikh
النكبة
Jarrah
لا
after the
زالوا
Nakba
مهددين
are
بالاقتلاع
still under
والترحيل
the threat
القسري.
of forced
ومحمد
displacement.
الذي
Muhammad, who
يعشق
loves
الركض
running,
في الخلاء
who
وركوب
loves riding his
دراجته
bike,
موجود الآن
is
في
today in a prison
زنزانة
cell,
تنكر طفولته
being deprived
وتقتله.
of his childhood.
من يريد السلام
Those who want
عليه
peace
أن ينتصر لهم
have to
لهؤلاء.
win for those people.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Observer State of Palestine. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Jassim Al Thani, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Qatar.
الرحيم. السيد رئيس الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة،
distinguished President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Excellencies, Secretary General of the United Nations,
أود في
ladies and
البداية
gentlemen.
أن أتوجه بالشكر
Allow me at the
إلى سعادة
outset
رئيس
to
الجمعية العامة للأمم
express my
المتحدة
thanks to
على
the
عقد هذه
President of
الجلسة
the General
الرسمية
Assembly of the
العاجلة
United Nations
للتصدي
for having
لمسألة طارئة
convened
وخطيرة للغاية
this urgent
وتحتاج إلى
official
الاستجابة
meeting to
المناسبة
debate a
والفورية
very
من قبل
important
الجمعية
issue that
العامة وسائر
requires an
المجتمع
immediate
الدولي.
and adequate response
ونشكر
from
السيد
the General Assembly and the
أنطونيو
international
غوتيريش الأمين العام على
community.
إحاطته
We also
الوافية.
thank Secretary General Antonio
سيد
Guterres for
الرئيس،
his
إن الوضع
statement.
الخطير الذي
President,
تشهده الأراضي
The
الفلسطينية
grave
المحتلة، لا
situation
سيما الوضع في القدس المحتلة وما يتعرض له
in the
قطاع
occupied
غزة من
Palestinian
قصف
territories
الأسلحة الفتاكة على
and
المدنيين
particularly
العزل
East Jerusalem and the
ومنازلهم،
bombings
مما
on
أدى إلى
the
استشهاد
Gaza Strip
العشرات
targeting
بمن فيهم
innocent
النساء
civilians and
والأطفال.
their homes and
يستدعي
claiming
قيام المجتمع
dozens of
الدولي
lives, including
بالتحرك بشكل عاجل
women and children.
لوقف
All this
الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية
requires
على
that the
الشعب
international
الفلسطيني
community act
والمسجد
promptly to
الأقصى
put an end
المبارك
to Israeli
ومنع
aggression
تكرارها
against the
وضرورة
Palestinian
احترام
people in the
الوصاية
Al-Aqsa
الهاشمية
Mosque and
للمملكة
to
الأردنية
prevent the
الهاشمية
recurrence of
الشقيقة
such
على
events,
المسجد الأقصى.
as well as
لقد حذرت دولة قطر مرارا
to
من
respect
خطورة
the
سياسات
protection of the
التهويد
Hashemite
في مدينة
kingdom
القدس
over the mosque. Qatar
ومحاولات
has
المساس بالمقدسات الإسلامية
repeatedly
والمسيحية
warned about the
وبالأخص الحرم
Judaization
المقدسي الشريف.
policies of
وعلى
East
الرغم من
Jerusalem, and we
التحذيرات
have warned
والشجب الواسع
about
من
any
قبل
attacks
المجتمع
on
الدولي
holy
خلال
places
الأشهر
and above all
الأخيرة
Haram al-Sharif.
لمحاولات السلطات الإسرائيلية والمستوطنين
However, despite
الإسرائيليين
the condemnation of the
الاعتداء على
international
الفلسطينيين
community in
لسكان القدس والاستيلاء
recent
على
years
منازلهم
of
في حي الشيخ
attempts
جراح،
of the
فقد
Israeli government and
ارتفعت
people
وتيرة
to
التهويد
carry out aggression
والاستيطان
against the Palestinian
لتصل
people
إلى
and expel them
مرحلة
from
لا
their
يمكن
homes
وصفها
in
إلا
Sheikh
بالتطهير
Jarrah.
العرقي ضد الفلسطينيين.
Despite this,
كما قامت
the
قوات
settlement
الاحتلال
activity
باقتحام
is
متكرر
continuing,
للمسجد
and it
الأقصى
has taken on
المبارك
a scale that
وترويع
can be
المصلين
described as
دون
ethnic
أي
cleansing of
مراعاة
the
لحرمة
Palestinian
شهر
people.
رمضان
There have been
المبارك
numerous attacks
وهو
on the
ما
Al-Aqsa
أدى
Mosque by
إلى تأجيج
Israeli
الوقت.
authorities. They have no respect for the sanctity of the month of Ramadan,
إن دولة
which
قطر
has led to
تجدد
the
رفضها
escalation of the
التام
situation.
واستنكارها
State
وإدانتها
of Qatar
لاعتداءات الشرطة
reiterates its
الإسرائيلية
rejection and
والمستوطنين
condemnation
على
of
المقدسيين في منطقة
aggression on
باب
the part
العمود
of Israeli
بالحرم
police
المقدسي
and
الشريف
settlers against
واستخدام العنف في مواجهة
the citizens
المدنيين
of
العزل
Jerusalem.
ووضع الحواجز لسلبهم حقوقهم الدينية
And we condemn the ongoing
قوات
violence
الاحتلال
against innocent
الإسرائيلي باحات
civilians.
المسجد الأقصى
We
المبارك
also
واعتدائها
condemn
الوحشي على المصلين ولا
incursions
شك أن هذه الممارسات غير المشروعة
and aggression
والتي
against
يرقى الكثير
worshippers by
منها
Israeli
إلى جرائم حرب
actors. It
وشكلت
goes without
استفزازا
saying that
لمشاعر
these
ملايين
illegitimate
المسلمين حول
practices,
العالم
which some describe
وانتهاكا
as war
صارخا لحقوق
crimes, are
الإنسان
a
والمواثيق
provocation towards
الدولية
millions of
والشرائع
Muslims and a
الدينية
flagrant
والقيم
violation of
الإنسانية.
human rights, international conventions
في ظل
and treaties,
التطورات المؤسفة
and the
الأخيرة
very principles
نشدد
of
على
humanity.
ضرورة الالتزام بالقانون الإنساني الدولي
In
وحماية
light
المدنيين وعدم
recent
استهداف
developments, we'd like
المدنيين
to
والأهداف
underscore the need
المدنية
to respect
باستخدام
international
القوة
humanitarian law
المفرطة
and
وغير
protection
المتناسبة.
of
وفي هذا
civilians.
الخصوص تدين دولة
The
قطر
use of
القصف الإسرائيلي العشوائي
excessive
لقطاع غزة
disproportionate force
خلال
against
الأيام
civilians
الماضية
must cease,
الذي
and in this
نجم عنه
connection
سقوط
we
شهداء وجرحى من
condemn the
المدنيين
indiscriminate
وخاصة
strikes against the
الهجوم
Gaza
على
Strip,
مخيم الشاطئ
which have
الذي
claimed
راح ضحيته العشرات من المدنيين
numerous
بمن فيهم
victims, and particularly the
10
attack
أشخاص من أسرة
on the
واحدة.
Al-Shati camp, which has claimed dozens
واستمرار
of
استهداف
civilian
الأبراج
lives, including 10
السكنية
members of
الذي
one
يوقع
single
العشرات من
family.
الضحايا جلهم من الأطفال. كما تؤكد دولة قطر
Residential
على
buildings and
استنكارها
neighborhoods continue to be
وإدانتها الشديدين
targeted, and
لاستهداف
this
مبنى
has
الهلال
claimed the
الأحمر
lives of
القطري
dozens
في
of
قطاع
children.
غزة
We
وتؤكد
likewise
أيضا أن
condemn and
استهداف
reject the
المؤسسات
targeting of the
الإنسانية
Red Cross building in
والإعلامية
Gaza.
يعد انتهاكا سافرا للقانون الدولي والأعراف والقيم الإنسانية.
Also confirm
السيد
that
الرئيس،
targeting
إننا نتساءل
media and
وبقوة
medical
متى
facilities
سوف
is flagrant
يتحرك المجتمع
violation
الدولي
of international
لتحقيق
law. We
الشرعية
firmly
الدولية وإنصاف الشعب
oppose
الفلسطيني
this,
وردع
and we ask,
إسرائيل
when
عن
will the
سياساتها
international community
التعسفية
act
وقادية
to
الجانب
protect
من خلال
international
محاولتها
law
تهويد
and
القدس وتغيير
and the
تركيبتها
provocative unilateral
الديمغرافية
policy of
واستمرار
Israel
سياسات
as it
الاستيطان
attempts to
وانتهاك
change the
حرمة
demographic
الأماكن
composition of the
المقدسة
city of
ومواصلة
Jerusalem and
الحصار
continue
الجائر على
its
قطاع غزة.
settlement policies.
إن تقاعس مجلس الأمن
The
عن
international
تحقيق
community must
الشرعية
ensure that the
الدولية
sanctity
بمفهومها الصحيح بالنسبة
of holy
للقضية
sites is
الفلسطينية
respected.
يفقد الثقة في مصداقية الأمم المتحدة في تحقيق هدفها الرئيسي وهو تحقيق السلم والأمن
What is currently
الدوليين.
happening and
ومن هذا
inaction
المنطلق
is undermining
فإننا
the
ندعو
authority
المجتمع
of
الدولي إلى
the
العمل
United Nations
الجاد
and its ability to maintain
وتحمل
international
مسؤوليته
peace
إزاء
and
توفير
security. And
الحماية
in this
للشعب
respect, we
الفلسطيني
call on the
بصورة
international
عاجلة
community to
وفورية.
take its responsibility
ووقف
seriously
الاعتداءات
and urgently and
الإسرائيلية
immediately
وكافة
protect the
الممارسات
Palestinian
غير
people
المشروعة
by putting an end to
وحصول الشعب
Israeli
الفلسطيني
aggression
على
and
كافة
all
حقوقهم
illegitimate
المشروعة
practices so that the
بما فيها
Palestinian people
ممارسة
may
شعائرهم الدينية.
once again
السيد
enjoy its
الرئيس
legitimate
إن
rights,
موقف دولة قطر
including its
كان
religious
باستمرار وسيظل
observances.
هو دعم جميع
Mr.
الجهود
President,
الدولية
Qatar's
المخلصة
position has
لإحراز
always been
تقدم
one
حقيقي نحو
that
التسوية
supports all
الدائمة
sincere and
لقضية
honest
الشرق
efforts
الأوسط.
to
وعلى
make
أثر الأحداث
real
الحالية
progress in
سارعت
settling
دولة
the
قطر
conflicts
انطلاقا
in the
من
Middle
سياستها
East.
الراسخة بضرورة
And
تسوية
in light of
المنازعات
recent escalations, we
والخلافات
have
بالسبل
taken
السلمية
swift steps
بما في ذلك من
on
خلال
the
الحوار
basis of our
والوساطة
conviction
إلى
regarding
بذل
the
جهود
importance of
دبلوماسية
the peaceful
مكثفة
settlement of
لخفض
disputes,
التصعيد في
including
القدس
dialogue
وقطاع
and
غزة
mediation. We have
بالتنسيق مع الأمم
undertaken
المتحدة والأطراف
intensive
الدولية
diplomatic
والإقليمية
efforts
الفاعلة.
in coordination with the United
وفي هذا
Nations
السياق
and
فإن
other
دولة قطر
stakeholders on the
تثمن
international
وتدعم
level.
الجهود
In this
المقدرة
context,
التي
Qatar would
تقوم
like
بها
to
الدول الشقيقة
express its appreciation for the laudable efforts made by brotherly countries in order to achieve a de-escalation and a ceasefire on the Palestinian territories. We would like to particularly mention Egypt, Jordan, and Tunisia, as one permanent member of the Security Council, as well as the United States. And here we would like to once again urge the international community to participate in full seriousness in this process, and especially those who can act effectively to help bring peace to the Middle East in order to
قراراته. يجب أن يتحرك المجتمع الدولي فورا ليوقف العدوان على غزة والتوصل إلى وقف لإطلاق النار، وليلزم إسرائيل القوة القائمة بالاحتلال بوقف خروقاتها للقانون الدولي واعتداءاتها في القدس المحتلة وعلى مقدساتها وفي باقي الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة، وليوفر الحماية للشعب الفلسطيني. أحالت سلطات الاحتلال القدس مدينة السلام ساحة للقهر والقمع والظلم. تستفز مشاعر الأعداء غير المسلمين باعتداءاتها على المسجد الأقصى المبارك الحرم القدسي الشريف، والذي يشكل بمساحته البالغة 144 دنما مكان عبادة خالصا للمسلمين، وتعتدي على حقوق المواطنين الفلسطينيين في بيوتهم في سعي لتنصير الهوية العربية الإسلامية والمسيحية في القدس المحتلة. تهجير سكان حي الشيخ جراح من بيوتهم سيكون جريمة حرب، فلهؤلاء المواطنين الفلسطينيين حق بين في بيوتهم التي ولدوا فيها وعاشوا فيها وعاش فيها آباؤهم وأجدادهم. الجمهورية تمتلك نفسها صلاح الاستطلاعات الحربية. وفق القانون الدولي المقدسيون سكان القدس وفق قرار رئيس الأمن لا سلطة للاحتلال ومحاكمته عليهم. الدفاع عن حق أهل الشيخ جراح في بيوتهم دفاع عن القانون الدولي وعن قيم الإنسانية المشتركة. المملكة العربية الهاشمية ستظل دافعة عن أهل الشيخ جراح وعن حقوقهم عبر جميع وسائل المتابعة والتسلسل مع أشقائنا في دولة فلسطين. وسيظل الأردن يوظف كل إمكاناته لحماية المقدسيين والدفاع عن القدس، وسيبقى الحفاظ على الهوية العربية الإسلامية مقدسات القدس المحتلة وحماية الحق التاريخي للغرب وقانونية القائم فيها أولوية الوصي عليها جلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني الحسين، الذي من فك يحدد أن القدس خط أحمر وأن مساس القدس مساحها لابد من النار. وستظل المملكة تبني وتعمل مع جميع الأشقاء في ليتحقق السلام والعدل والشمس. وزواله هو السبيل الوحيد لتحقيق السلام. لن تنعم إسرائيل بالأمن ما دامت تحكم الفلسطينيين ولن تنعم إسرائيل والمنطقة كلها بالسلام ما بين الفلسطينيين. قوة إسرائيل تريد السلام ونهاية مستوطنات وتوسعات ومصادرة الأراضي وهدم المنازل وتهجير السكان ومحاولة تدمير
confiscation of land and demolition of homes as well as displacement
القدس
of population. Israel also continues to plan change the places and competition in the Quds and the occupied was that more than 700,000 Israeli settlers in East Jerusalem and the occupied West Bank, compared to 1 million people in 2010 and 170,000 in 2008. The construction of illegal settlements continues in
التوصل للسلام العادل والشامل الذي تستحقه والذي يشكل خيارا استراتيجيا زملاء السادة الخيار
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of Jordan for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sabri Boukadoum, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Algeria, speaking on behalf of the Arab Group.
السيد رئيس الجمعية العامة السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أنطونيو غوتيريش، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور، باسم المجموعة العربية أتقدم بخالص عبارات الشكر والعرفان للسيد فولكان بوزكير رئيس الجمعية العامة على الاستجابة السريعة للطلب المقدم من قبل المجموعة العربية ومجموعة منظمة التعاون الإسلامي لتنظيم هذا الاجتماع الطارئ. هذا الاجتماع يأتي في ظل أوضاع مأساوية يعيشها أشقاؤنا الفلسطينيون جراء الجرائم الهمجية والاعتداءات الغاشمة التي ترتكبها قوات الاحتلال بحق شعبي ذنبه الوحيد أنه رفض الانخياع لمنطق سلب أراضيه بالقوة وعارض سياسة الأمر الواقع. لقد شاهدنا جميعا الصور المروعة للقتل والدمار وتابعنا على المباشر الاعتداءات التي تستهدف حياة ومقدسات الفلسطينيين في القدس المحتلة والغارات الوحشية التي توزع الموت والرعب في قطاع غزة المحاصر. أيعقل بعد هذا كله أن نلزم الصمت خلف شاشاتنا؟ نعد القتلى والجرحى بالمئات خاصة من الأطفال والنساء والشيوخ، ناهيك عن الخسائر الفاضحة في البنية التحتية الرئيسية. وهذا الصباح رياض المالكي قد أتانا بأرقاء مروعة خاصة بتدمير المدرسية. أمن الممكن بعد كل ما رأيناه بأم أعياننا أن نلقي السمع للأطروحات الزائفة التي تحاول أن تبرر الصمت المشير لمجلس الأمن أو تلك التي تضع على قدم المساواة المعتدي والمعتدى عليه الظالم والمظلوم. لا شك سيدي الرئيس أن أي محاولة لتزييف الحقائق قلبها مآلها الفشل لا محل أمام الأدلة الدامغة والموثوقة لعمليات هدم البيوت على رؤوس سكانها الأبرياء ولكل أشكال الظلم والقهر وانتهاكات حقوق الإنسان. ولا ريب أن الحصانة الممنوحة للاحتلال لن تزيد الأوضاع إلا تأزما وتعقيدا، فضلا عن أنها لا تخدم مصالح المستفيد منها. السيد الرئيس، إن مبعث المبادرة المشتركة بين المجموعة العربية ومجموعة منظمة التعاون الإسلامي والتي حظيت لاحقا بدعم مجموعة دول عدم الانحياز يكمن في حمل منظمتنا على الاطلاع بالمسؤوليات المنوطة بها بموجب الميثاق. فأمام عجز مجلس الأمن عن اتخاذ موقف من هذه الأحداث المأساوية، ترى المجموعة العربية ضرورة تحرك الجمعية العامة على وجه السرعة لاعتماد خطوات عملية بغية التواصل إلى وقف شامل للعنف المسلط على الفلسطينيين واستعمال كافة الوسائل المتاحة في سبيل حمايتهم وحماية مقدساتهم. من هذا المنطلق ترى المجموعة العربية أن خطورة الوضع تستوجب تضافر جهود جميع القوى الحية من أجل ضمان الوقف الفوري للعدوان والتكفل السريع بالأزمة الإنسانية الكارثية في كافة الأراضي الفلسطينية ومن ثم العمل على توفير المناخ والظروف المواتية لاستئناف عملية السلام قصد معالجة جذور الصراع بإنهاء الاحتلال جميع الأراضي الفلسطينية وفقا للمرجعيات الدولية ذات الصلة. كما تنتظر المجموعة العربية من الجميع إدانة واضحة وصريحة لعمليات القتل الممنهج التي تستهدف الفلسطينيين بعيدا عن سياسة التجديد ومحاسبة المسؤولين عن الجرائم التي ترتكب في حق الفلسطينيين العزل. وتطالب الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة بإعلان حالة الطوارئ الإنسانية لتمكين المجموعة الدولية من المساهمة الفعلية في التخفيف من معاناة المدنيين الفلسطينيين والتحرك لإعادة إعمار قطاع غزة الذي حين تحت وطأة الحصار جائر منذ 15 سنة. سيدي الرئيس، تأتي هذه الأحداث الأليمة لتذكرنا مرة أخرى بحقيقة معاناة الشعب الفلسطيني الأبي الرازح تحت الاحتلال والحصار الذي يحيي صموده وتمسكه بحقوقه المشروعة. كما تؤكد تقصير منظمة الأمم المتحدة وبالخصوص في العمل على إيجاد حل عادل وشامل للقضية الفلسطينية التي تغذي حالة لا استقرار على الصعيد الإقليمي وتهدد السلم والأمن الدولي. وفي هذا الإطار يجدر بنا البدء بتسمية الأمور بمسمياتها، فاحتلال الأراضي الفلسطينية وباقي الأراضي العربية يبقى احتلالا مهما طال الزمن، وهذا الاحتلال بطبيعته يبقى مولدا ومصدرا لأبشع الانتهاكات. لذا فالقضية الفلسطينية لن تعرف طريقا للحل إلا عبر معالجة الأسباب الجذرية للصراع برمته عبر إنهاء الاحتلال الأراضي الفلسطينية وتمكين الشعب الفلسطيني من ممارسة حقه غير القابل للتصرف في تقرير المصير وإقامة دولته المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشريف. وبهذا الخصوص تؤكد المجموعة العربية على أن مدينة القدس الشريف المحتلة تبقى عاصمة دولة فلسطين الأبدية وجزءا لا يتجزأ من الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة، وتشدد على ضرورة الحفاظ على الوضع القانوني والتاريخي القائم بها ومقدسات الإسلامية والمسيحية بما فيها المسجد الأقصى المبارك. سيدي الرئيس، 76 عاما تمر على إنشاء منظمة الأمم المتحدة ظلت خلالها القضية الفلسطينية الثابت الوحيد على أجندتنا في مدة اعتمد فيها مئات القرارات. أكدت جميعا على حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني غير القابلة للتصرف في تقرير المصير والاستقلال والسيادة وحق الفلسطينيين في العودة إلى ديارهم وممتلكاتهم. رغم ذلك لا يزال الظلم التاريخي الممارس بحق الفلسطيني قائما ليومنا هذا، ولم تعرف الوعود المقطوعة لإحقاق الحق من قبل المجموعة الدولية ممثلة في جمعيتنا الموقرة سبيلا للتنفيذ، بينما يستمر تهجير الفلسطينيين والاستيلاء على ممتلكاتهم وأرضهم. أين نحن من القرار رقم 181 الذي قضى بالتقسيم وإضفاء صيغة دولية لرعاية مدينة القدس مرفقا بخريطة تفصيلية بالحدود المقررة؟ ومن مؤتمر مدريد التي 30 سنة اليوم هذه السنة، مؤتمر مدريد للسلام واتفاقات أوسلو، وأين نحن من مئات القرارات المعتمدة من قبل الجمعية العامة وعشرات القرارات الصادرة عن مجلس الأمن انطلاقا من قرار 242 لسنة 1967 إلى غاية القرار الأخير 2334 سنة 2016. خلال هذه المدة قامت السلطة القائمة بالاحتلال بالسيطرة على ما يزيد عن 85% من الأراضي الفلسطينية، بينما تتعرض القدس لحملات التهجير والتدمير التي تستهدف تشويه هويتها.
The obliteration of its identity.
راسخة
So we
أن لا
firmly
حل
believe that
للقضية
there can be
الفلسطينية
no
من دون
solution to the
اتخاذنا
Palestinian
جميعا
question
موقفا
without us
شجاعا
all
لوضع
taking a
حد
courageous
للأمرين
position
الاثنين،
to end two
الإفلات
things,
من العقوبات
namely impunity
واحتلال الأراضي
and the
الفلسطينية.
occupation of
وشكراً
Palestinian
على قرار
territories. Thank you for listening.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Algeria for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey.
Sayın Başkan, Sayın Genel Sekreter, değerli bakanlar ve kıymetli temsilciler. Sözlerime bu toplantının düzenlenmesine öncülük eden Genel Kurul Başkanı Sayın Volkan Bozkır'a teşekkür ederek başlamak istiyorum. Öncelikle İsrail'in saldırıları nedeniyle hayatlarını kaybeden, aralarında kadın ve çocukların da bulunduğu Filistinli mazlumlara Cenab-ı Allah'tan rahmet, Filistin halkına başsağlığı diliyorum. Sayıları binlere ulaşan yaralı kardeşlerimize de acil şifalar diliyorum. Çok değerli katılımcılar, Filistin'de uzun yıllardır bir dram yaşanıyor. Yüreklerimizi burkan bu trajedi gözlerimizin önünde devam ediyor. Bu trajedinin failleri aynı sonuçları tekrar işleyerek bizleri bu ağır suçlara, Filistin halkının zulmüne ve temel insan hak ve özgürlüklerinin ihlallerine karşı kayıtsız kılmaya çalışıyor. Ancak bizim bu mezalim ve vahşet karşısında sessiz kalmamız mümkün değil. Çünkü adaletsizlik karşısında sessiz kalmak, işlenen suça ortak olmakla aynı şeydir. Haksızlık karşısında susan dilsiz şeytandır. Bugün gelinen noktayı iyi anlayabilmek için her şeyden önce mevcut durumun altında yatan sebepleri doğru şekilde teşhis etmek lazım. Mevcut kriz, İsrail'in Kudüs'te devam eden provokasyonları, Mescid-i Aksa'nın kutsiyetine yapılan saldırılar, Filistinlilerin ibadet özgürlüklerinin engellenmesi ve Filistinlilerin Şeyh Cerrah'taki evlerinden zorla tahliye edilmeleri nedeniyle yaşandı. Bu saldırılar Müslümanlar için ibadet ve tefekkür ayı olan mübarek Ramazan ayında gerçekleşti. Gazze'de sadece sivillerin kullandığı yüksek katlı binalar değil, okullar, hastaneler hedef alındı. BM Filistinli mültecilere yardım ajansı UNRWA, Kızılay ve medya kuruluşlarının kullandığı binaları bile bombalamaktan geri durmadılar. Gazze'nin en önemli doktorları İsrail'in hava saldırılarıyla öldürüldü. Burada açık konuşuyor. Bu saldırgan eylemler bir savaş suçu teşkil etmektedir. Suçun failini de açıkça ortaya koymak zorundayız. Bugün Kudüs, Batı Şeria ve Gazze'de yaşananların tek sorumlusu İsrail'dir. İsrail işlediği suçlardan sorumlu tutulmadıkça ve hesap vermeyeceğine dair inancı ortadan kaldırılmadıkça bu tür trajedilerin tekrarlanması kaçınılmazdır. Sayın Başkan, Filistin topraklarında sürdürülebilir barış ve istikrar ancak yasa dışı ve insanlık dışı İsrail işgali sona erdiği takdirde sağlanır. Aslında İsrail'in son saldırıları Filistinlilere yönelik etnik temizlik ve ilhak politikalarının bir parçasıdır. Nitekim İsrail'in Gazze'ye yönelik ablukası bu toprakları dünyanın en büyük açık hava hapishanesine dönüştürdü. Burada 2 milyondan fazla insanın yaşadığı 365 kilometre karelik bir toprak parçasından bahsediyoruz. Bakın şu haritalar gerçekleri ortaya koyuyor. 1947 yılında bugüne kadar Filistin topraklarının nasıl gasp edildiğini, nasıl işgal edildiğini gösteren bir haritadır. Elbette bugün burada bulunan tüm temsilciler bu haritayı her gün görebiliyorlar çünkü bu BM çatısı altında Filistinli kardeşlerimiz sürekli olarak bu haritaları sergiliyor. Ama bu haritayı dünya iyi görsün ve 1947'den bugüne İsrail'in Filistin topraklarını nasıl çaldığını, gasp ettiğini iyi görsün ve hatırlasın. İşte 1947'den beri süren işgalin ve çekilen acıların özetidir. Biraz önce gösterdim. İsrail bu eylemleriyle iki devletli çözüme ilişkin yerleşik parametreleri daha da aşındırmayı ve yeni bir oldu bitti yaratmayı hedefliyor. Bu nedenle şu anda yapılması gereken şey sadece ateşkesin sağlanması değil, aynı zamanda İsrail'in Filistin toprakları üzerindeki işgal ve ablukasını sona erdirmek için uluslararası toplumun seferber edilmesidir. Sayın Başkan, çok değerli katılımcılar, BM Güvenlik Konseyi'nin sorumluluklarını yerine getirmekte bir kez daha başarısız olması talihsiz ve üzücüdür. Uluslararası barış ve güvenliğin korunmasında kendisine en çok ihtiyaç duyulan bir zamanda konsey bir kez daha eylemsiz ve işlevsiz kalmıştır. Cumhurbaşkanı Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın Dünya 5'ten büyüktür çağrısının sebebi de işte budur. Konsey ve üyeleri gerçekten ahlaki sorumluluklarını yerine getirme iddiasında olsalardı, İsrail'in masum sivillere yönelik ayrım gözetmeyen saldırılarını kati suretle kınar, etnik temizlik yapmasını durdurmak için harekete geçerdi. İsrail'in Filistinlilere yönelik saldırılarını durdurmak için uluslararası toplum tarafından etkili yasal ve ahlaki tedbirler almanın vakti gelmiştir. Yerlerinden edilmiş binlerce Filistinli için Gazze'ye insani yardım ulaştırılabilmesi önündeki engellerin kaldırılması gerekir. Sayın Başkan, geçmişte Güvenlik Konseyi'nin işlevsiz kaldığı durumlarda BM Genel Kurulu, Kudüs'ün statüsü ve Filistinlerin korunmasına yönelik tarihi kararlar almayı başarmıştır. Bu iki konu bugün de İsrail-Filistin İtilafı'nın merkezinde yer alıyor. Uluslararası toplumun Filistin halkına koruma sorumluluğu vardır. Genel Kurul 13 Haziran 2018 tarihinde kabul ettiği kararda Filistinli sivil halkın güvenliğini ve korumasını teminat altına alacak tedbirlerin ele alınması çağrısında bulunmuş. Ayrıca İsrail'in Gazze şeridine giriş çıkışlara yönelik yasak ve kısıtlamalarının sona erdirilmesini istemiş ve Gazze'deki Filistinlilere derhal ve engelleme olmadan insani yardım sağlanmasını talep etmiştir. Bu karar doğrultusunda Filistinli siviller için uluslararası bir koruma mekanizmasının kurulması için çalışmalıyız. Bu bu çalışmalar gönüllü ülkelerin askeri ve mali katkılarıyla oluşturulacak uluslararası bir güç yoluyla fiziki korumayı da içermelidir. İsrail'in işlediği suçların hesabını vermesi ve bu saldırıların tekrarının önlenmesi bakımından da hayati derecede önemlidir. Bu noktada Birleşmiş Milletler İnsan Hakları Mekanizmaları ve Uluslararası Ceza Mahkemesi'ne önemli görevler düşüyor. Sayın Başkan, değerli katılımcılar, sevgili delegatör. Bu şiddet sarmalından çıkılması da uluslararası toplumun sorumluluğudur. Filistinliler ve İsraillerin barış içinde bir arada yaşayabilmesi için barış süreci ve iki devletli vizyonun yeniden canlandırılması gerekir. Üç semavi dinin merkezi Kudüs'ün statüsünün korunması kalıcı bir çözüm için en önemli unsurdur. Burada şunu da vurgulamak istiyorum. İsrail hükümetinin saldırganlığını eleştirenler hemen antisemitizmle suçlanıp susturulmaya çalışıyor. Oysa bizler İslam düşmanlığı ve Hristiyan düşmanlığı gibi antisemitizmin de bir insanlık suçu olduğuna inanıyoruz. İsrail'in bugünkü mezalimini, saldırganlığını eleştiren çok sayıda Musevi var. Dünyanın her yerinde, benim ülkemde, Amerika'da, burada, İsrail'in içinde. Bu Yahudiler de mi antisemitik ya da Yahudi düşmanı? O yüzden işlediğiniz suçları örtbas etmek için veya bunu eleştirenleri susturmak için hemen antisemitik suçlamasına tevessül etmeyin. Biz hiçbir şekilde bu zulüm karşısında susmayacağız. Değerli bakanlar ve delegeler, Filistinlerin arasındaki fikir ayrılıklarının da giderilmesi ve uzlaşıya varılması artık elzemdir ve bunun vakti gelmiştir. Ancak birleşik bir Filistin bu davayı sahiplenebilir ve Filistin halkının acılarına çözüm bulabilir. Filistin'deki seçimler de daha fazla gecikmeden yapılmalıdır. Kudüs'te seçimlerin yapılmasını engelleyenin İsrail olduğu da unutulmamalı. Sayın Başkan, Filistin halkının özgürlük ve haysiyetli bir yaşam yolundaki meşru talepleri artık daha fazla engellenemez. İsrail-Filistin ihtilafının adil, kapsamlı ve kalıcı çözüme de daha fazla ertelenemez. Türkiye, meşru taleplerinin karşılanması ve hak ve özgürlüklerin korunması için Filistin halkının yanında olmaya devam edecektir. Teşekkür ediyorum Sayın Başkan.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Turkey for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Maktoum Shah Mahmud Hussein Qureshi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Pakistan.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are times in history when the decisions of nations are remembered by posterity. This is one such moment. What we do today or cannot do will be recorded in history. Driven by arrogance and emboldened by impunity, Israel has mounted a relentless onslaught on the occupied and beleaguered people of Palestine. As we speak, children, women, and men in Palestine are being killed with impunity. In 1 week of Israeli attacks, over 250 Palestinians have been killed and thousands injured. 1/3 are women and children. Death echoes in every home in Gaza. The Israeli airstrikes are responsible for the taking of every single life of the Abu Hattab family. 2 were women and 8 children. Let that sink in for just a moment. Hundreds of such tragedies are being enacted every hour in Gaza and other parts of the Palestinian territories. So far, over 50,000 Palestinians have fled their homes in Gaza. There is limited access to water, food, hygiene, and health services. Hospitals and access to water and sanitation services depend on electricity. Fuel for the power plants has almost run out. Gaza is plunged in darkness, literally and metaphorically. The only light is that of Israeli explosions. This is Palestine, where in full view of the world, the Israeli airstrikes bring down entire buildings to kill and terrorize innocent Palestinians and even silence the media. It is time to say enough. The voice of the Palestinian people cannot and will not be silenced. We, the representatives of the Islamic world, are here to speak with them and for them. Mr. President, it is appalling that the Security Council has been unable to exercise its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. The Security Council has failed even to demand a cessation of hostilities. Those preventing the Council from doing so bear a heavy responsibility. In these circumstances, the General Assembly must assume its own responsibility. We must not fail the Palestinian people at this critical juncture. Mr. President, our first priority must be to halt the Israeli aggression. I hope that even at this 11th hour, the Security Council will call for a cessation of Israeli attacks. If it fails to do so, the General Assembly must make this demand on behalf of the entire international community. Let us be clear, there is no moral or military equivalence between the beleaguered and occupied Palestinian people, who have no army, no navy, no air force, and the Israeli war machine, one of the most powerful in the world. This is a war between a military occupier and an occupied people. It is a conflict between illegal occupation and a legitimate struggle for self-determination. In this context, it is worth recalling General Assembly Resolution 2649 of November 1970, which affirms the legitimacy of the struggle of peoples under colonial and alien domination, recognized as being entitled to the right to self-determination, to restore to themselves that right by any means at their disposal. Second, we should mobilize all possible humanitarian help for the devastated Palestinian population in Gaza and other parts of the occupied territories. In addition to the UNRWA emergency appeal, the Secretary General should launch a comprehensive humanitarian assistance plan to provide succor and sustenance to the Palestinians. We need to send medical teams, medicines and other supplies, food, other necessities to Gaza and other parts of the occupied Palestinian territories. We welcome the access being provided by Egypt to Gaza. Israel must open all access points to Gaza to ensure the timely and urgent delivery of international assistance. Third, the General Assembly should call for concrete steps to protect the Palestinians. We should deploy an international protection force, as was called for in the General Assembly Resolution ES 10/20 and as demanded by the Islamic Summit Conference on the 18th of May 2018. If the Security Council cannot agree to send the protection force, a coalition of the willing can be formed to provide at least civilian observers to monitor a cessation of the hostilities and supervise the provision of humanitarian help to the Palestinians. We also call on the Secretary General and the High Commissioner of Human Rights to offer protection to Israel's Arab citizens who are being lynched and murdered by fascist Israeli gangs at the present time. Fourth, the General Assembly should condemn Israel's forcible and illegal eviction of Palestinians, including in Al-Jarrah district of Jerusalem, and continued construction of Jewish settlements. The onslaught against Palestinians worshippers in Haram al-Sharif and Al-Aqsa Mosque, the first Qibla of Islam, during the month of Ramadan, and Israel's brutal and indiscriminate aerial and land bombardment of Gaza. Israel's crimes against humanity should not escape accountability. There should be no impunity for violation of international law, including the Fourth Geneva Convention and other human rights conventions. The Human Rights Council, the ICC, and the ICJ and other avenues should be activated to ensure Israeli accountability for its war crimes. Fifth, we must revive concrete efforts to end Israel's occupation of the Palestinian territories and to dismantle the illegal settlements and the apartheid-like regime Israel has imposed in the occupied territories. The General Assembly should secure unconditional implementation of Resolution 242 of November 1967, in which the Security Council declared the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war and demanded that Israel withdraw its armed forces from territories occupied in the 1967 war. It is therefore imperative to initiate bold steps to secure the implementation of the Security Council and General Assembly resolutions calling for the establishment of a viable, independent, and contiguous Palestinian state with Al-Quds, Al-Sharif as its capital. Pakistan endorses President Abbas's call for an international conference to secure a peaceful settlement. Mr. President, the Palestinian tragedy is at the heart of the turmoil and the conflicts in the Middle East. It is also the principal root cause of the humiliation and anger in the Muslim and Arab world. Anger which breeds extremism and often spawns acts of violence. A just solution for Palestine is imperative for the maintenance of regional and global peace and security. clearly, the onus for restoring peace rests on Israel. It must end its occupation. It must implement the resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly. This General Assembly session must send a clear message to the Palestinian people and to Israel. It is only through determined and decisive action that this assembly can restore the credibility of the United Nations and demonstrate its effective role in preserving world peace and global order based on equity and justice. I end with a verse from a great resistance poet of Pakistan. "E arz-e Palestine, मैं भी हाजिर हूँ." O land of Palestine, I too am there for you. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Pakistan for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Retno Lestari Priyansari Marsudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia.
Mr. Secretary General, I'm here today to fight for humanity. I'm here today to fight for justice for the Palestinian people. I'm here today to call for an end to the violence and for immediate ceasefire to save the lives of innocent people, including women and children. The safety and well-being of mankind is always our #1 priority. I'm sure that each one of us are touched when confronted with images of a 2-month-old baby injured and pulled away from the rubble as her family lay dead. The only question we should ask ourselves is, how much longer shall we let these atrocities continue? All of us know that this conflict is asymmetric by nature between Israel, the oppressor, the occupying power, and the Palestinian, the occupied, who are continuously being oppressed. Occupation is the core issue. The international community owes the Palestinian people a long overdue independent state of Palestine, living side by side in equal footing with all of us. This continued occupation and aggression by Israel does not only warrant condemnation, but it is also a grave violation of international law that demands our actions. Thus, I call the UN General Assembly to take 3 actions. First, stop the violence and military action to prevent further casualties. At the same time, the General Assembly should demand for an immediate, durable, and fully respected ceasefire. All avenues must be exhausted to de-escalate the situation urgently, as we also support continued and relentless effort by the Secretary General. Furthermore, we must be able to prevent future recurrence of the atrocities. In this regard, the General Assembly should call for the establishment of an international presence in Al-Quds. to monitor and to ensure the safety of the Palestinian people in the occupied territories and to protect the status of Al-Haram al-Sharif compound, the holy place for three religions. Second, to ensure humanitarian access and protection of civilians. Our ultimate responsibility is to save lives. And every minute we spend here deliberating could mean another Palestinian life lost. I call the General Assembly, together with UN agencies and other actors, to step up efforts in providing humanitarian assistance to the affected Palestinian people. It must urge Israel to open and allow access for the delivery of humanitarian aid, including to Gaza, which has been under siege for more than 13 years. Third, pursue a credible multilateral negotiation. Credible negotiation is very important to advance a just and comprehensive peace based on two-state solution in line with internationally agreed parameters. The General Assembly has moral and political responsibility to ensure that peace negotiations take place. We must put a stop to the systematic efforts by the occupying power that may leave nothing left to be negotiated. We must not allow the Palestinians to have no other choice but to accept injustice for the rest of their life. Therefore, we have to stop this injustice now. We have to continue our support to Palestinians to get their independence and justice. Mr. President, in recent days, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we witnessed the erosion of trust in multilateral institutions. Today, we hold this meeting with one main purpose: to ensure that justice prevails for the Palestinians. This meeting will be seen as a litmus test for multilateralism. We must remain committed and stand united in our efforts against all illegal acts of Israel toward ending the occupation in Palestine. We have to act now together. UN has to act now. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia for her statement.
accountability for such violations. 5. International protection of Palestinians, a protection force. I've suggested that. And the last point, 6th thing, initiation of a peace process for a two-state solution. I'd like to add that people are generally, and people in Pakistan in particular, disappointed at the indecision, the lack of consensus in the Security Council. We feel silence is no longer an option because enough is enough. OIC, the Arab group, the non-aligned movement have collectively made, and with the support of the President of the General Assembly, made this session possible. This session has taken place after a long pause of a physical meeting. There were virtual meetings going on, and we did not have, we didn't have a physical presence, of UNGA. And this is a session where people are physically there. All foreign ministers of OIC are here. We will be meeting the President of the General Assembly this afternoon to consider joint action. Thank you. Well, we'll have to wait. You'll have to wait because we'll have to meet the President of the General Assembly first.
There will be no resolution coming out of this session.
We discussed that last night over dinner. We weighed the pros and cons, and we came to the conclusion: 1, the Security Council is still involved in diplomacy, and they must be given time. 2, there wasn't enough time for proper consultations for a consensus resolution. And 3, we do not want any attempt through some amendment to dilute what was already resolved in 2018.
After having done all this, what more the Islamic countries, in particular Pakistan, can do to protect Palestinians?
The next move that we have already initiated is activation of the Human Rights Council. Pakistan, being a member of the Human Rights Council, has consulted with other OIC members, and we have mobilized and convinced the Human Rights Council to convene on the 27th of May. Inshallah, we will be taking the human angle, to the Human Rights Council, and we will draw their attention to the not the motivation of the governments. It's the people. It's the people that's moving the governments to revisit, reconsider their positions and speak up.
On the humanitarian front,
international force to provide protection to the Palestinian people. The Turkish foreign minister also talked about similar idea. Is this a coordinated position between Pakistan and Turkey and maybe others? And are you discussing this idea with the US?
We are working collectively from the OIC platform, and every proposal that we intend to make must be and should be through the OIC platform.
Is there any parallel you see between the tragedy of the Palestinian and Palestine and that of Kashmiri people under occupation?
When I look at the tragedy in Gaza and the occupied territories, it draws my attention to the Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. What are people demanding over there? Self-determination. What are people afraid of over there is demographic restructuring, exactly like this. What are people crying for in Kashmir is protection of basic fundamental rights.
الشرعية الدولية والقانون الدولي لحقوق الإنسان وأحكام القانون الدولي الإنساني في غياب تام للمحاسبة في الوقت الذي ترقى فيه جرائم المحتل إلى جرائم الحرب والإبادة الجماعية والتضحية العرقي. فمتى سيتحرك المجتمع الدولي إزاء هذه الانتهاكات بالجدية اللازمة ليضع حدا لسياسة الإفلات من العقاب التي ما فتئت قوات الاحتلال تتحصن بها طيلة أكثر من 73 عاما من الاحتلال. لقد أسفر العدوان الإسرائيلي المستمر على الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وقطاع غزة المحاصر على سقوط 241 شهيدا من بينهم 65 طفلا و40 امرأة، كما تسبب في جرح 8000 فلسطيني وتشريد أكثر من 52,000 وتدمير نحو 450 مبنى وفقا لما سجلته التقارير الأممية، وهي في حقيقة الأمر أرقام ربما قد تكون تجاوزتها الأحداث في الدقائق الأخيرة الماضية جراء بطش آلة الدمار الشامل التي ما زالت تطلقها القوات القائمة بالاحتلال. فكم من شهيد يجب أن يسقط، وكم من نساء ترمل وتثكل، وكم من طفل يغتال حقه في الحياة وتنتهك براءته وطفولته، وكم من أسرة تشرد وأرض تصادر وبيت آمن يدمر حتى تتحرك المجموعة الدولية لوضع حد لهذه المأساة الإنسانية غير المسبوقة. 65 طفل في ظرف أيام معدودة، فأي جريمة أبشع من قتل أطفال أبرياء من ضمنهم الرضع أو تهجيرهم وتشريدهم حتى تصنف هذه الانتهاكات الجسيمة لحقوق الإنسان الفلسطيني كجريمة حرب تستوجب إحالتها على محكمة الجنايات الدولية. السيد الرئيس، إن التطورات التي تشهدها اليوم بما في ذلك استباحة المقدسة والترحيل الجماعي والتهجير القسري حتى لأهالي حي الشيخ جراح والتصعيد العسكري ضد غزة ما هي سوى حلقة جديدة في سلسلة الجرائم الإسرائيلية، وإن التبادل في السياسات الاستيطانية الرامية إلى فرض الأمر الواقع بالقوة والترهيب وتغيير معالم المدن الفلسطينية وعزلها تؤكد بأن هذا الكيان هو كيان استيطاني واستعماري وعنصري، ولن يكن يوما طالب سلام أو مؤمنا حتى به. السياسات الاستفزازية، فإن أي قصور للمجموعة الدولية عن وضع حد لهذه الانتهاكات سيشجع قوات الاحتلال على التمادي في التصدي والتصرف كقوة فوق القانون وفوق المواثيق الدولية وفوق آليات الشرعية الدولية، بما لا يمكن أن يخدم بأي شكل من الأشكال الأمن والسلم في العالم. وإن توجهنا اليوم إلى الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة كما توجهنا قبلها إلى مجلس الأمن ما هو إلا دفاع عن الشرعية والمواثيق الأممية التي ما فتئت إسرائيل تمعن في انتهاكها يوميا. سيد الرئيس، منذ بدء هذا العدوان الغاشم على الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق طلبت تونس على لسان رئيسها قيس سعيد المجموعة الدولية بالتدخل لوقف الاعتداءات. وتكريسا لهذا النداء ومن منطلق التزامها الثابت بالوقوف إلى جانب الشعب الفلسطيني وإلى جانب الحق، لم تدخر تونس جهدا من خلال عضويتها في مجلس الأمن الدولي وعلى مختلف المنظمات الإقليمية والدولية والاتصالات الثنائية مع الدول الشقيقة والصديقة من أجل التوصل إلى وقف العمليات العسكرية العدائية ضد الشعب الفلسطيني. وسنواصل تحركنا الدبلوماسي مع الدول الأعضاء في مجلس الأمن وغيرها من الأطراف الدولية المؤثرة لحثها لمزيد الضغط على القوة القائمة بالاحتلال وحملها على الانصياع للشرعية الدولية. ونحن نعول اليوم على الجمعية العامة كجهاز أممي رئيسي وجامعي وتمثيلي لجميع شعوب العالم لتحمل مسؤوليتها التاريخية والقانونية والأخلاقية كذلك لإدانة العدوان الآثم لقوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلية على الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وقطاع غزة، ودعوتها للوقوف الفوري لإطلاق النار واتخاذ موقف حازم وحاسم من إصرارها الاستفزازي على الاستمرار في عملياتها العسكرية. إن المجموعة الدولية ملزمة إزاء استمرار الانتهاكات الإسرائيلية على توفير الحماية اللازمة للشعب الفلسطيني ووضع حد لسياسة الإفلات من العقاب فيما جرائم سلطات الاحتلال تستوجب إحالتها على محكمة الجنايات الدولية ومحكمة العدل الدولية. وفي هذا السياق لا يفوتني أن أحيي قرار اللجنة الأممية لمكافحة التمييز العنصري بجنيف إعلان اختصاصها وقبول شكوى دولة فلسطين ضد القوة القائمة بالاحتلال وبدء التحقيقات في الانتهاكات الجسيمة لحقوق الإنسان الفلسطيني والتمييز المنهجي والآلي ضد الفلسطينيين، ونأمل فعلا أن تكون خطوة جدية أولى نحو المساءلة والمحاسبة. سيد الرئيس، تدعو تونس مجددا المجموعة الدولية إلى حقن دماء أبناء الشعب الفلسطيني والتحرك العاجل والفوري لوقف العدوان الإسرائيلي الغاشم بما يحول دون مزيد تدهور الأوضاع الإنسانية في الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة لقطاع غزة، ويجنب المنطقة الانزلاق نحو العنف وعدم الاستقرار. كما تهيب تونس بالفاعلين الإقليميين والدوليين للضغط على قوة الاحتلال لرفع حصارها الجائر على قطاع غزة المستمر منذ أكثر من 15 سنة، وتدعوهم إلى الرفع من مستوى المساعدة والاستجابة الإنسانية للقطاع الذي يشهد معاناة إنسانية غير مسبوقة ولا تؤمن بعدالة القضية الفلسطينية، وإنما يكفي أن تؤمن بإنسانية الإنسان حيثما كان. وإن السياسة الإسرائيلية العدائية والاستيطانية لن تغير في طبيعة الاحتلال ولن تضفي عليه أي مشروعية. فالاحتلال يظل احتلالا ترفضه جميع المواثيق الأممية والقوانين الدولية، والحق يظل حقا تقره جميع المواثيق والقوانين الدولية. وأود أن أقول من هذا المنبر باتجاه الشعب الفلسطيني ما قاله شاعر تونس أبو القاسم الشابي: إذا الشعب يوما أراد الحياة فلا بد أن يستجيب القدر. وستظل تونس مؤمنة بالسلام الدائم والعادل والشامل، داعمة للشعب الفلسطيني إلى حين انتهاء الاحتلال واستعادة الأشقاء الفلسطينيين لجميع حقوقهم المشروعة غير القابلة للتصرف ولا للسقوط بالتقادم، وفي مقدمتها الحق في تقرير المصير وإقامة دولة فلسطينية مستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشريف. وشكرا لكم على حسن الإصغاء.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Migration and Tunisians Abroad of Tunisia for his statement. I now give the floor to His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. معالي السيد فولكر بوسكير رئيس الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، معالي السيد أنطونيو غوتيريس الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أتقدم لكم بخالص الشكر على الدعوة لعقد هذا الاجتماع تحت بند الحالي والشرق الأوسط لمناقشة تطورات الوضع في الأراضي الفلسطينية نتيجة للإجراءات الإسرائيلية الاستهدافية التي أثارت مشاعر المسلمين حول العالم في منطقة باب العمود والمسجد الأقصى وحي الشيخ جعفر. كما تقدم بالشكر لمعالي الأمين العام أنطونيو غوتيريس على جهود إقامة إنهاء هذه الأزمة بما يضمن حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني. السيد الرئيس، إن الأحداث الأخيرة والانتصارات والاعتداءات المستمرة على حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني تعتبر انتهاكات خطيرة للقانون الدولي وميثاق الأمم المتحدة الذي يقر بعدم الاستيلاء على الأراضي ويحرر كل ما يشارك فيها السلم والأمن الدولي والاستقرار في الأمة وإداوة تأمين فرص السلام في المنطقة والعالم، وكذلك تقليص فرص أمن الدولة وتعزيز العنف والتضامن والنسف كل الجهود الدولية الرامية لتحقيق الأمن والأمان والاستقرار في المنطقة. سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، إن المملكة العربية السعودية ومن موقع رئاستها اللي تم في منظمة التعاون الإسلامي التي تم تأسيسها بعد إحراق المسجد الأقصى في عام 1969 تمثل أكثر من 25% من أعضاء منظمة الأمم المتحدة من واقع 57 دولة. تود التأكيد على ما تم إقراره خلال الاجتماع الاستثنائي والافتراضي المفتوح الرقمي للجنة التنفيذية لمستوى وزراء الخارجية والأعضاء منظمة التعاون الإسلامي المنعقد بتاريخ 16 مايو 2021 والمتضمن رفضه وإدانته لاستمرار الإسرائيلي المتواصل للأراضي الفلسطينية في المنطقة بما فيها القدس الشرقية، وإنشاء منظومة فصل عنصري فيها، وتحديدا من خلال بناء المستعمرات وتدمير الممتلكات الفلسطينية وبناء جدار التوسع ومصادر الأراضي والمنازل والممتلكات وإخلاء الفلسطينيين
the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Linda Thomas Greenfield, Permanent Representative and Member of the Cabinet of the President of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Secretary General Guterres, for your continued attention to this issue. Over the past 2 weeks, the United States has approached this crisis in Israel and Gaza with a singular focus: bringing an end to the conflict as quickly as possible. We have not been silent. In fact, I don't believe that there's any country working more urgently and more fervently toward peace. This is not a slight, and it is not silence. It's a fact I share to underscore our deep engagement and commitment to working with Israelis, Palestinians, and partners across the region to resolve this conflict. The United States has had more than 60 diplomatic meetings at the highest levels, including at least 5 by President Biden. In his most recent call with Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday, President Biden communicated that we continue to stand by Israel's right to defend itself, that we believe Israel is now in a position to begin winding down the conflict, and we expect a significant de-escalation to begin. In the hours and days ahead, we will continue to relentlessly push for peace. And we appreciate that so many nations have come together in this body to express the importance of resolving the conflict. The Security Council has met 4 times in the last 10 days on this topic, including an open debate over the weekend, to deliberate over the situation, particularly the suffering of civilians caught in the conflict by no fault of their own. Again, we've not been silent, and we hope that people across the region have heard us loud and clear. The United States calls on all parties to respect their obligations under international law, including with respect to the protection of civilians, medical facilities, and facilities that serve as civilian shelters. We continue to condemn rocket attacks by Hamas and other terrorist groups, and we stand against extremism that has led to violence against both communities. And we commend the tireless dedication and life-saving work of the UN and other humanitarian workers on the ground. We have to focus on making tangible progress toward peace. The United States will continue to champion every diplomatic effort that moves us closer to that goal. Israelis and Palestinians deserve safety and security and should enjoy equal measures of freedom, security, prosperity, and democracy. This requires that all parties return to working in good faith toward the vision of Israel and a Palestinian state, living side by side in peace and within secure and recognized borders. I would also encourage everyone participating today to take a hard look at how they are investing in the region. The needs in Gaza in particular are immense. We hope the international community will step up to meet the humanitarian needs on the ground, and this must be done in a manner that serves the needs of the Palestinians and not Hamas, which has time and time again failed the Palestinian people. The human toll of this violence has been heartbreaking. The stories of the families of children who've been killed, of those living with the trauma of surviving, are painful. We will never be silent in the face of such suffering. We are committed to working in concert with other members of this body to bring a rapid end to the current violence and over the long term, create the conditions for lasting and sustainable peace. Thank you very much.
Permanent Representative and member of the Cabinet of the President of the United States for her statement. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Mr. President.
distinguished representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Secretary General, let me remind you of what many of you unfortunately ignore. Hamas is an internationally designated jihadi terrorist organization that has fired more than 4,000 rockets at Israeli cities over the last 11 days. Right now, as I speak to you, Israeli civilians are running to find shelter from Hamas's indiscriminate attacks. Here is a quote from the Hamas charter. Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it just as it obliterated others before it. And it continues. The day of judgment will not come until Muslims fight the Jews and kill them. Now let me remind you of another charter, one that some of you seem to have forgotten, the UN Charter, which was formulated in the wake of the horrors of the World War II and the Nazi genocide of the Jewish people. The Charter of the UN calls to, and I quote, reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, practice tolerance, and maintain international peace and security. Sadly, in today's debate, we are not seeing a defense of the goals laid out for the UN, but rather an indifference to Hamas's charter, which, like the Nazis, is committed to the genocide of the Jewish people. We see an attempt to create a false moral equivalence and immoral equivalence between Israel, a democracy that seeks peace and abides by international law, and a murderous terrorist organization with an ideology similar to ISIS that is carrying out the double war crime of firing at Israeli civilians while hiding its weapons behind Palestinian civilians, using them as human shields. This is what today's debate should be about. It is about who takes steps to support the values of the UN Charter and who takes steps to ignore the values of the Hamas Charter. It is about who is on the side of extremism and hate and who is on the side of moderation and dialogue. It is about who has the moral courage to support a democracy fighting radical terrorists and who has sunk to such depth of moral depravity that they equate between the two. Every speaker here today that fails to unequivocally condemn Hamas, that fails to distinguish between Hamas's war crimes and Israel's self-defense, that chooses to demonize Israel rather than supporting its heroic efforts to dismantle Hamas's terrorist infrastructure, is only strengthening extremist forces, encouraging terrorist groups to use civilians as human shields, and undermining the chances for peace. For years now, Hamas has held Israeli citizens and the bodies of our soldiers hostage. It is outrageous that you not only fail to call Hamas a terror organization, but you also refuse to demand that our sons are returned to their families. Mr. President, it is really quite remarkable. You know, usually, as we all here know, the UN works slowly, very, very slowly. It took the General Assembly a few months to convene a discussion on the fight against COVID-19, from which millions around the world have died. But when it comes to holding a debate to pressure Israel and give a terrorist organization a free pass, you were able to convene after only 11 days. What a disgrace. Is this what the UN was established for? Are those your priorities? These debates in the General Assembly are always characterized by deception and lies. So let me share some simple but critical truths. Hamas targets civilians. Israel targets terrorists. Israel makes every effort to avoid civilian casualties. Hamas makes every effort to increase civilian casualties. Israelis and Palestinians, by the way. Israel uses its missiles to protect its children. Hamas uses its children to protect its missiles. Hamas's rockets are indiscriminate by design. They have struck Jewish towns, Arab cities, and Bedouin villages. They have killed Jewish and Muslim Israelis. They have killed not just Israelis, but Indian and Thai citizens. And they have killed numerous innocent Gazan children and destroyed Gazan homes. Mr. President, are you aware that out of every 100 rockets fired by Hamas at Israel, approximately 25 fall on Gaza, spreading death and destruction among Hamas's own people? So while Hamas rockets are indiscriminate, Israel's strikes are precise, surgical. We go above and beyond the demands of international law. How many militaries warn civilians with phone calls and text messages to evacuate buildings hiding terror centers in order to avoid collateral damage? Yet, despite our greatest efforts, Hamas's cynical ploy of building a subterranean terror metro beneath schools, maternity wards, and mosques in order to cause the death of civilians, sadly, works. But we must not forget, Hamas is to blame for those fatalities as well. As an Israeli and as a Jew, I am deeply, deeply pained by every civilian casualty. But while Israel sees every civilian death as a tragedy, Hamas sees every Israeli civilian death as a victory in its campaign of jihad, and every Palestinian civilian death as a victory in its propaganda campaign. I have heard voices in this hall accusing Israel of a disproportionate response based on the different number of Israeli and Palestinian casualties. Well, if the UN General Assembly had existed during the Nazi regime, would it have held a special session to condemn the Allies for their disproportionate response and the large number of German casualties? Would it have urged them to show restraint in the face of Hitler, the Nazi army, and their supporters? I don't think so. Did the General Assembly hold an emergency debate to condemn coalition forces for acting disproportionately in their fight against ISIS? You and everyone around the world know the answer to that question. And let me be clear. This is not a war between Israel and the people of Gaza. No. This is not a war between Israel and the Palestinians. This is a war only between Israel and Hamas. We will never apologize for defending our citizens, even if some of the countries here might be happy to see a greater number of dead Jews. Mr. President, these are the facts. And here is one more critical fact that you should take into account as you choose which side of history you will be on today. The massive, unprovoked Hamas assault had nothing to do with the legal dispute in Sheikh Jarrah or the situation in the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Nothing. In fact, during this Ramadan and throughout the year, like every year, hundreds of thousands of Muslims prayed peacefully at Al-Aqsa Mosque. Israel's police were forced to enter the Temple Mount only after Hamas encouraged Palestinian extremists to store weapons at the holy site and to desecrate its sanctity by turning it into a launching pad for attacks on Jewish worshippers and on the police. Look at this photograph. Is this the way to treat a sensitive holy site? Who undermined the holiness of this site? The police that worked to restore order and to quickly reopen the site for prayers? Or the rioters who repeatedly launched violent attacks? You all know, and you know what? Even the Palestinian representative here today knows that Hamas's premeditated assault had nothing to do with any Israeli action. None. This was all the result of Hamas's frustration with President Abbas's decision to cancel the election and its desire to increase its political influence in East Jerusalem and the West Bank. Hamas seeks to replace the Palestinian Authority and take control of the Palestinian territories. So after the elections were cancelled, again, by the way, it decided to launch a war of aggression against Israel. Suddenly, Hamas leader Mohammed Deif, who has been silent for years, was threatening Israel would pay a heavy price if an Israeli court went ahead and ruled on a property dispute in Jerusalem. Have you asked yourself why the Hamas leadership in Gaza would be commenting on a legal dispute in Jerusalem that has been going on for years? This was all a part of Hamas's strategy to gain political power. You all know that Israel did everything to de-escalate the situation. Our efforts were met with rockets on Jerusalem. Rockets on our capital. You cannot fire at our capital and then pretend you want a ceasefire. Israel wants a ceasefire, but only after significantly degrading Hamas's terror machine. We are looking for a cure and not a band-aid. And yet, you have once again been calling on Israel to exercise restraint when facing hundreds of indiscriminate attacks every day. Every day. Let me ask you a question. What would you do if it was you? If it was your civilians under fire? If it was your family running to the bomb shelters? How would you want the international community to respond? Would you be responding differently if jihadi terrorists were firing thousands of rockets at Istanbul or Tripoli? Think about it. Would you be calling on both sides to show restraint if rockets were destroying homes in Copenhagen and Paris? I don't think so. The hypocrisy in this institution knows no boundaries. I will tell you what you wouldn't do. You wouldn't accept attempts by the General Assembly to make the immoral comparison between a state which sanctifies life and a terrorist group which glorifies death. Despite the hypocrisy and institutional bias here at the UN and the acquiescence of Hamas's actions, an organization which, may I remind you, celebrated the terror attacks of 9/11 and mourned the death of bin Laden, the State of Israel will take all steps necessary to protect its civilians, while making every effort to avoid harming Palestinian civilians. I thank all the countries that have expressed their support for Israel's right to self-defense. First and foremost, President Biden and the American administration. Mr. President, just as Israel will always defend our civilians against terror, we will always work to advance peace. Just this year, we signed 4 peace agreements with Muslim countries, and we are so proud of it. We made painful concessions for peace with Egypt and Jordan, and 6 Israeli prime ministers were ready to make painful concessions in the past to reach peace with our Palestinian neighbors. In 2005, we uprooted and removed every Jewish home in the Gaza Strip because some thought that it would bring calm. Instead, ever since Hamas seized power over the Gaza Strip, we have experienced unending terror. In 2007, when Hamas violently took control over the Gaza Strip, its militants threw their Palestinian brothers, Fatah members, off rooftops and cheered as the bodies fell. I hope today that you do not choose to throw the chances for peace from the rooftop and pat yourself on the back as extremism triumphs. Hamas doesn't accept Israel's right to exist. It refuses to renounce violence and refuses to acknowledge past agreements. Those are the quartet's 3 principles. There should be no mistake. If this institution strengthens Hamas, it will make the possibility of Hamas replacing the Palestinian Authority much more likely and eliminate the chance of future dialogue between Israelis and Palestinians. There is nothing to discuss with a terror organization committed to your annihilation. Nothing. So don't say we didn't warn you. Mr. President, the demonization of Israel in the international arena, spurred by members of this assembly, such as Turkey, who are using anti-Semitic tropes, is encouraging sickening anti-Semitic attacks all around the world. The Turkish leadership is in no position to preach to Israel, by the way, or anyone else, about human rights or the military harming innocent civilians. The State of Israel will never stay silent in the face of such anti-Semitic attacks. Never has there been a clearer example of the fact that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. So today, we call on all governments to take swift and effective action to protect their Jewish communities, apprehend the perpetrators, and ensure that Jewish citizens everywhere can live proud and open Jewish lives. Mr. President, in the face of those here who have chosen the values of the Hamas Charter over the values of the UN Charter, I stand here as a proud representative of the State of Israel. The state founded upon the 4,000-year-old connection between the land of Israel and the Jewish people. The state which rose from the ashes of the Holocaust to ensure that the Jewish people will never be defenseless. I stand here and declare, never again. The State of Israel will always do whatever is necessary to defend our people, and we will do so while continuing to protect human lives and aspiring to peace with all of our neighbors. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Israel. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
توفيق هو القصة الثانية هو
采取有力措施，防止出现人道灾难。冲突同疫情、封锁等相互叠加，进一步加剧加沙地带十分脆弱的人道局势，电力短缺、医疗资源匮乏，大量平民流离失所。中方呼吁冲突各方遵守国际人道法，停止袭击平民设施，特别是医院和学校，停止在平民区域从事军事行动。以色列应当尽快解除对加沙地带的封锁，为人道物资进入加沙地带提供便利。此次冲突已经造成加沙地带大量平民房屋被毁。国际社会要加大对加沙地带的重建支持。国际社会要加大对加沙地带的重建支持，缓解当地人民的困境。第四，加大劝和促谈，促进推进两国方案。巴以冲突反复发生的根本原因是中东和平进程偏离原有正确轨道。联合国决议没有得到切实执行，尤其是巴勒斯坦独立建国的权利受到持续侵害，两国方案没有落到实处。70多年过去了，独立建国依然是巴勒斯坦人民尚未实现的梦想。中方支持，70多年过去了，独立建国依然是巴勒斯坦人民尚未实现的梦想。中方支持一切有助于落实两国方案的努力。国际社会，特别是对当事方有影响力的国家，要为此发挥积极作用。
And supports establishment of a fully sovereign, independent Palestinian state by its people on the basis of 1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as its capital. We will continue to make efforts for this end. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of China. And now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Niger.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, ministers and heads of delegation, on behalf of the Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Niger, His Excellency Hassimi Massoudou Ampeshe, who was not able to attend, would like to express my thanks to the President of the General Assembly, Mr. Volkan Bozkir, for having convened this meeting to allow us to consider the dire situation in the past few days in the occupied Palestinian territories. Niger, the acting president of the Conference of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of the OIC, is delighted to share the initiative of convening this important meeting with Algeria, which is the chair of the Arab group, to allow for this representative body to have its voice heard over the open-air tragedy that is taking place in occupied Palestine. We thank the non-aligned movement for having associated itself with this as well. I welcome the participation of several ministers who have travelled here despite the difficult conditions linked to the pandemic to participate in the first major meeting of the General Assembly in the COVID-19 era in person, and it is an eloquent testimony of their commitment to the purposes and principles of the Charter that are being so trampled in occupied Palestine. Through his presence, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, is demonstrating his constant commitment to finding a solution to this crisis. Mr. President, for my country, Niger, defending the ideals and principles of the United Nations Charter is not an option. It is an imperative, the respect of which guarantees the peace and security of each person and every state, small or large. The dire situation in Palestine due to the Israeli occupation is for all of us a test of our will to respect the values that lie at the heart of our organization. In the face of the blockage within the Security Council, which following 4 meetings has not been able to speak out on the serious events that are underway, the General Assembly is well within its role to, given the ongoing violence, to call for the sparing of human lives, the end to a destruction of infrastructure, and the growing gap between Israelis and Palestinians. Let us not be afraid of saying so. The violence in the last few days is the direct consequence of the continuing settlement building policy of Palestinian lands conducted by Israel for more than 54 years. This policy of intimidation, provocation, and repression of all forms against the population, in particular East Jerusalem, due to the actions of the Israeli security forces and extremist settlers, particularly during the holy month of Ramadan, has unquestionably been the trigger of the uprising that we are witnessing now. As it did in the Council, my delegation unreservedly condemns these Israeli actions, the actions of the occupying power, its refusal to respect international law and international humanitarian law. Madam President, no one would question Israel's right to protect and defend itself as though it were Israeli territory that is being occupied. Equally, no one could demand or envisage that defenseless people living under the yoke of a ferocious occupation would resign themselves to not responding, given the inertia and inaction of the international community that is nevertheless supposed to defend and protect them. In the face of this emergency, we should call for an immediate cessation of hostilities by demanding the end of bombardments of Palestinian civilians, bombardments which, alas, are not sparing refugee camps or schools, nor United Nations offices, let alone those buildings that house the press. Civilians must be protected regardless of where they come from, their race or their religion, in accordance with international humanitarian law and the relevant resolutions of the Security Council pertaining to their protection in conflict. Similarly, rocket launches against Israel in response to the bombings must end in order to give peace a chance. The peace that has been pursued since Oslo does not just mean ending the current hostilities. We have an obligation to resolve the problem at its root. We therefore welcome the intense diplomatic efforts being made by the United Nations through the Special Coordinator, Mr. Tor Vennesland, the Quartet for the Middle East Peace Process, and the other pertinent actors to bring an end to the hostilities so as to give the civilian population some respite, the civilian population that have been caught in the trap of this latest conflagration of violence. Just as you can't treat an illness by only dealing with the symptoms, we won't be able to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian crisis by simply ending the current spate of violence, as has been the case several times in the past. The true solution will be to bring Israel to put an end to its settlement building activity of Palestinian territories, and the true solution will be to have the courage to create conditions to bring about an independent and viable Palestinian state within its 1967 borders, living side by side with Israel and with East Jerusalem as its capital, in accordance with the relevant resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly. Long years of waiting, of unfulfilled promises, of hoping in vain moves the two-state solution further away, particularly when Israel's actions will ultimately make it unviable with its pursuit of a policy of balkanizing the Palestinian territories under the guise of confiscating and illegally occupying Palestinian territories. Madam President, the humanitarian situation in the occupied Palestinian territories is also a source of major concern. The destruction of buildings hosting public services, schools, hospitals, and media and communication outlets will have a major impact on the provision of basic services to the population. Similarly, it will hinder the efforts that are being made to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. My delegation therefore calls for proper support for UNRWA to strengthen its ability to address the pressing needs of the population that has been made even more vulnerable by the current crisis. We welcome the efforts that have been made by the ICRC, UNICEF, and the entirety of the humanitarian family, whose teams are working at the risk of their own lives to save other lives. To conclude, my delegation hopes that our meeting today will help bring an end to this dangerous escalation. We must do everything that we can to ensure that justice, peace, and liberty triumph. We must have the courage to create the conditions to bring about an independent and viable Palestinian state in accordance with the relevant resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly. The peoples of this wonderful region, that is the crossroads of the three great monotheistic religions, are watching us. The world is also watching us, and we must not and we cannot fail in our historic responsibility to help them. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Niger. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Madam President, I welcome amongst us the presence of several ministers. The situation in the Middle East is serious. As we meet, the fighting continues. Civilians on both sides are the primary victims. This conflict could lead to a general outbreak of violence that would have serious consequences for the Palestinians in Israel and have regional repercussions. Today we must silence the guns. France supports the call of the Secretary General for an immediate cessation of hostilities. The human cost in Gaza is increasing. They are already sorely tested by a blockade that has lasted far too long, and there is suffering in Israel. We condemn robustly the firing of rockets by Hamas and other terrorist groups against the inhabitants of Israel. These indiscriminate attacks are contrary to international humanitarian law and must cease. The support of France to the security of Israel is unfailing. We call upon the Israeli authorities to show the greatest restraint and to act in a proportionate manner with all the necessary precautions and in strict respect for international law. We call upon everyone to protect civilians, particularly children, and to guarantee immediate access and unhindered access to humanitarian aid to respond to the urgent needs of the population, particularly those that have been displaced. France also calls for the protection of staff and infrastructure, humanitarian and medical infrastructure in accordance with international humanitarian law, and also for protection of journalists. Their security in times of conflict is essential if we are to be informed. The escalation that we are seeing once again, and we've seen over the last 10 days, is part of a context of which we're very well aware. An absence of a political perspective and non-respect for international law for so many years now. The cycles of violence will continue if there's no willingness to move towards the establishment of two states living in peace and security within safe borders that are recognized and based on the lines of the 4th of June 1967. each of them having Jerusalem as their capital in the framework of international law and Security Council resolutions. The commitment of the international community to peace in the Middle East must be total. As long as this conflict has not been solved politically, we will see violence reoccur, and it is the Palestinian and Israeli populations each time that will pay the price. The Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs, Jean-Yves Le Drian, has recalled this to the international community when he spoke with his German, Egyptian and Jordanian colleagues in Paris on the 11th of March. In the following weeks, France expressed its serious concern with regard to the evictions of Palestinian families in East Jerusalem, particularly in Sheikh Jarrah, by condemning the pursuance of settlement activity, because illegal settlements, these are settlements that are illegal under international law, and they worsen tensions. We also recalled the need for respect for the status quo of 1967 with regard to the holy sites, particularly with regard to Jordan and its specific role in this regard. All of these calls for hatred and violence must cease in order to bring peace to Palestine and Israel. Today, the fighting must stop as soon as possible. France wishes that the Security Council will assume its responsibility under the Charter. It is its primary role in this crisis, as well as any other crisis that relates to international peace and security. What is at stake here are human lives. This is why the initiative of President Macron, together with President Sisi and King Abdallah II, France presented to the members of the Security Council yesterday a draft resolution which follows on from all of the efforts of other Council members over the last few days. This resolution asks for three things that should be subject to consensus: an immediate cessation of hostilities, the respect for international humanitarian law and the protection of civilians, as well as the urgent resumption of negotiations in order to implement the two-state solution. It recalls our condemnation of indiscriminate rocket attacks and violations of international law. This initiative, of course, is complementary to other initiatives to bring a cessation of hostilities and a lasting ceasefire. These efforts, and I think of those of several of our partners, particularly the bilateral commitment of the United Nations, as well as the steps taken by Egypt, we support them, of course, and we actively contribute to them. France therefore calls upon the members of the Security Council in a complementary way to other individual efforts and in accordance with the powers of the Council to act responsibly. More than 2 weeks after the outbreak of the cycle of violence, we now have to act for multilateralism and to ensure a peaceful settlement of disputes. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of France, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon.
Madam President, Madam Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Amina, the Bible tells us that for everything there is a season and time, a time for war and a time for peace. For the Palestinians, it has been only one season, a time for war and a time of loss and pain for decades. The latest Israeli assault on Gaza, dubbed Guardians of the Gate, is upon the Palestinians, with all its pain and destruction. The aim of this latest assault, as Israeli Prime Minister put it, is to restore deterrence and prevent future conflict. Madam President, what's happening is a recipe for future conflicts. To prove it, I'll call you to recall the 7 Israeli major operations, military operations, that Israel undertook against Gaza since 2006, with the aim of creating deterrence. All Israeli operations start the same and ended with the same pain and suffering. They turned Gaza into a large prison of 2 million people and cost thousands of lives, with more thousands injured, homes destroyed, while whole families perished, schools and hospitals targeted, buildings turned into rubble, but they never succeeded in silencing the Palestinians. From the first military operation in 2006, Summer Rains it's called, to the second operation, Autumn Clouds, in 2006 also, to the start of the blockade of Gaza in 2007, to Hot Winter Operation in 2008, to Cast Lead in 2008 also, to Returning Echo 2012, to Protective Edge 2014, to killing the protesters on the border of Gaza in 2018, and to now the Guardians of the Gate. In this operation, the situation in Gaza is grave, with over 230 Palestinians killed, 63 of them are children, and 40 are women, with thousands injured and over 50,000 people reported displaced. Madam President, nothing can guard against a people who are determined to defend their homes, and no deterrence will work in the face of a people who want to break free. Like all the other operations before, the fight will end with a ceasefire probably, but it will not end the conflict, because this is not about rockets and weapons and ceasefires. It is about occupation and self-determination. It's also about a holy city, Jerusalem, the key to peace in our time and in all time. Jerusalem, the city of peace, is what brought things to a head, because the Palestinians feel that it is slipping from their hands one neighborhood at a time to the occupation. That's why May 2021 saw the Palestinians, all the Palestinians everywhere, rise to defend themselves, and the latest attack on their rights in the city and its holy places when the Israeli army entered the Haram Sharif, the third most sacred place in Islam, during the holy month of Ramadan, and attacked the worshippers inside the mosque. The Palestinian anger did not come from the thin air. It's a mere consequence of decades of occupation, humiliation, dispossession, imprisonment, annexation, and settlement activities. It is also coming from years of impunity of successive Israeli government and their policies, years of indifference by the international community to their plight that brought the Palestinians to this explosive situation, to a state of despair that left them with no recourse but to defend themselves. Evictions of the Palestinians from their ancestral homes in Jerusalem have been going on since the beginning of the occupation, in a policy that aims at emptying Jerusalem of its Palestinian population. The Sheikh Jarrah case is only the latest example of that policy. Demolition of homes is another Israeli policy that the Palestinians see it rightly as uprooting them from their land. For the first time in decades, the continued oppression of the Israeli policies and government actions have united the Palestinians like never before. The general strike that's being observed is a wake-up call to everybody that going back to the status quo ante will not pass this time. Madam President, the Palestinians and the world are demanding change. They are rejecting Israel's continued policy of creating facts on the ground and undermining the agreed-upon formula for peace. They want a commitment and adherence to the comprehensive, lasting settlement, a just solution, one that ends the occupation and preserves the foundations of a Palestinian state to make the two-state solution viable. They want from the Security Council to shoulder its responsibility under the Charter and end this war. The United Nations and the international community must renew their support and commitment to a settlement that guarantees the political rights of the Palestinians and a solution on the basis of international law, United Nations resolutions 242, 338, 2334, and the Arab Peace Initiative of 2002, and the principle of land for peace that leads to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with Al-Quds Sharif as its capital. Time is of essence on reaching a solution to the Palestinian question. Extremism and radicalization are on the rise inside Israel, and the senseless attacks that we saw the last 2 weeks raise alarm bells of what to come. The chants of death to the Arabs heard by these extremists culminated in lynching of a Palestinian last week. The Palestinians are afforded protection under the Geneva Conventions, and the Israeli government has the responsibility to do so. Israel has also the responsibility to adhere to international humanitarian law when dealing with the Palestinians and those around it. A week ago, Israeli forces shot and killed an unarmed 21-year-old Lebanese protester who was expressing his solidarity with the Palestinians on the border. The continued Israeli attacks are fueling emotions and anger all over the Arab world. The tensions on the southern border of Lebanon are a stark reminder that the whole region will not find durable peace and security unless the Palestinian question is resolved. Lebanon remains committed to Resolution 1701 and does not want to see escalation. Israel also destroyed the building that housed the international media in Gaza. The world will not be blind with Israeli actions if it destroys the building that journalists work and live in. Madam President, in conclusion, we call for a ceasefire that will stop the suffering of the Palestinian people and the bloodshed. But a ceasefire is not a solution. It is a band-aid. What is needed now is a political solution that ends this conflict once and for all. What's needed now is freedom for the Palestinians, end of occupation, and for Jerusalem to be once again the city of peace for the whole world. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Lebanon. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
Have made clear violence across Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories must stop. The United Kingdom offers our deepest condolences to the families of those civilians killed. The United Kingdom calls for an immediate ceasefire to prevent the further loss of life and a worsening humanitarian situation. We continue to support the ongoing UN, Egyptian, and Qatari mediation efforts. The United Kingdom unequivocally condemns the firing of rockets at civilian populations. These acts of terrorism and incitement from Hamas and other terrorist groups must permanently end. Madam President, Israel has a legitimate right to self-defense and the right to defend its citizens from attack. In doing so, it is vital that Israel makes every effort to avoid civilian casualties. We call on Israel to adhere to the principles of necessity and proportionality when defending its legitimate security interest. We're also concerned by reports that Hamas is again using civilian infrastructure and populations as cover for military operations. We are gravely concerned, Madam President, by UN reports that medical installations, schools, and hundreds of homes in Gaza have been destroyed or seriously damaged. That is why, Madam President, the United Kingdom has today announced we will provide an initial £3.2 million to UNRWA's emergency flash appeal. This support will help UNRWA deliver life-saving humanitarian aid to those that need it most. The United Kingdom also urges unimpeded entry and exit of vital humanitarian supplies and personnel, and that Hamas cease their mortar attacks on these crossings. Madam President, I reiterate the importance of maintaining the historic status quo in Jerusalem. The United Kingdom strongly supports the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan's important role as custodian of the holy sites. As my Foreign Secretary reiterated this week, the United Kingdom firmly opposes settlements in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, as well as demolitions and evictions of Palestinians from their homes. Madam President, recent events highlight the urgent need to make progress towards a two-state solution, a safe and secure Israel, alongside a viable Palestinian state, based on 1967 lines, with Jerusalem as the shared capital. Above all, Madam President, the United Kingdom will continue pushing for an end to violence and a political pathway to peace. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. Before we conclude this morning's session, if there is no objection, I would like to give the floor to the observer of the League of Arab States at this stage. And I hear no objection. It is so decided. I now give the floor to the observer of the League of Arab States.
شكرا سيادة الرئيسة السيدة رئيسة الجمعية العامة.
Thank you, Madam President. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, in recent years, Israel has set back any prospect for a political settlement to the Palestinian question and has engaged in methodical brainwashing, during which they have presented the aggressed as the aggressor and presented the occupied people as practicing unjustifiable violence. The current moment is very telling. The world is seeing the reality of things, namely a just cause of people who have been in the grip of a terrible military occupation for years and an apartheid regime that is practicing a new form of ethnic cleansing. This is the truth of things that the entire world has been able to see in the districts of East Jerusalem as well as other occupied Palestinian regions in recent weeks. Amongst a deluge of Israeli strikes in Gaza with hundreds of innocent lives taken, we must not forget that this bloody conflagration of this conflict began in occupied East Jerusalem. The spark that set this off was a series of racist, provocative and deliberate measures on the part of the Israeli occupying forces. These forces are behaving like any other occupation in history. That is to say, they are seizing the property of the indigenous people, chasing them from their homes and replacing them with settlers. This is a clear violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention. In Jerusalem, the Israeli settler has every right they need: security, property, freedom of movement. But as for the Palestinians, they live under threat of expulsion from their homes at any time. They do not have the right to practice their religion freely, nor to have free access to their sites of prayer. They do not have the right to freedom of movement in the cities in which they were born. They live isolated from the rest of their people, several kilometers away from them, separated by a wall, by inspection checkpoints and practices of daily humiliation. This situation is contrary to the direction of history, actually, and is contrary to all human moral principles. Those courageous peoples that have expressed solidarity with those expelled from their homes, these Palestinians who have decided to fight against the Judaization plan of Al-Quds in Salwan, in Jarrah and other districts of the city, have exercised their legal right to civil struggle, and the response was rubber bullets, excessive violence, tear gas, arrests, and then bombardments in Gaza, affecting residents, hospitals, schools, and even the offices of international media outlets. These are bombardments that killed more than 220 martyrs thus far. Madam President, this assembly is the world's conscience, and it is free from any coercion. The assembly must express a clear position on the fact that the occupation is continuing without political prospects and without any calendar for an end to this occupation. Today, this cause is at a dangerous tipping point with the increasing power of the extreme right in Israel. Extremist settlers are even expressly calling for the killing of Arabs, for them to be hunted, chased from their lands, and this has essentially become the program of the Israeli government. And it is unfortunate that a conflagration in the holy city and that the punishing of civilians in Gaza and elsewhere has become the way in which one can remain in power in Israel. The current bloody crisis has demonstrated the danger that there is when the international community turns away from the Palestinian question. The two-state solution based on negotiations is a solution, the chances of which are eroding day after day. It has been supported by the Arab League unanimously. However, the occupying power prefers a solution based on a system of apartheid and is ready to take this right to the end, to put this apartheid in place through violence and through crimes against humanity. The League of Arab States calls upon this august assembly to reject this flawed logic which aims to prolong the occupation. It is high time that we hear the voice of the world's conscience, your voice, to reject this situation, this condemnable situation, and it is high time that the Israeli occupation answer for its crimes. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the observer of the League of Arab States for his statement. We have heard the last speaker in the debate on these items for this meeting. We shall hear the remaining speakers this afternoon at 3 p.m. in this hall. Before adjourning the meeting, may I kindly request delegates to leave the hall while maintaining physical distancing. I thank you for your cooperation, and this meeting is adjourned.
Yes, back at
that's sustainable, then the future is just going to keep growing from there. Like, even if you're not the first person to do it, you're leaving a blueprint for the next people to add on to it.
The world is evolving and a lot of female scientists are coming up. Therefore, we'll have a balance between the genders and it will not be ruled by males only. We'll have women power as well.
My message to young girls and even older girls all around the world is that don't let anyone tell you that math and science is not for you. You have unlimited possibilities in front of you. You can do it.
Welcome to the UNICEF Global Supply Hub, home to the largest humanitarian warehouse in the world. We support children and their families around the globe as we procure and dispatch life-saving supplies to those in need. Located in the northern harbor of Copenhagen, Denmark, the warehouse spans an area of more than 20,000 square meters, the equivalent of 3 football fields. Boasting cutting-edge technology, the warehouse is almost fully automated and stores around 850 different supply items. We have
infrastructure such as medical facilities, emergency shelters, and schools are duly protected. We reiterate that any military operation must respect the principle of proportionality. An immediate ceasefire is urgently needed in order to protect civilians and to ensure safe, full, and unhindered humanitarian access in Gaza. Germany is supporting the civilian population in Gaza with 40 million euros in humanitarian aid through UNRWA and World Food Programme. We remain deeply concerned about the situation in Jerusalem, where violent clashes have taken place in recent days, including in the Old City and on and around the Temple Mount, Haram al-Sharif, including the Al-Aqsa Mosque. We are also preoccupied by the increase in violence in the occupied West Bank since the postponement of the Palestinian elections. These tensions predate the current escalation of the conflict and must be addressed with a sense of urgency. We remain seriously concerned about the threat of eviction of Palestinian families in the Sheikh Jarrah and Silwan neighborhoods in East Jerusalem and have repeatedly urged Israel to cease all settlement activities, demolitions, confiscations, and evictions in the occupied Palestinian territory, including in East Jerusalem, which are illegal under international law, constitute an obstacle to peace, and threaten to make a negotiated two-state solution impossible. We recall the special significance of the holy sites and reiterate that the historic status quo of the Temple Mount, Haram al-Sharif, must be fully respected and upheld in line with previous understandings and with respect to Jordan's special role. The most serious escalation in Gaza and Israel in years underscores the urgent need to address the underlying root causes of the conflict in order to avoid future escalation and recurrent hostilities. Germany remains committed to a negotiated two-state solution in line with international law, relevant UN resolutions, and internationally agreed parameters, where two sovereign, democratic, and independent states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side in peace.
Is an occupying power, and Israel is not above the law. Israel cannot enjoy impunity. Israel has to be accountable for the crimes that it commits against the Palestinian people on a daily basis. Crimes that tantamount to crimes against humanity and war crimes. And for that reason, we have to work very hard in order to put an end to that occupation. Today's events here in the General Assembly and what has been happening has refocused the attention again on the issue of Palestine. That anything related to the so-called normalization between some Arab countries and Israel does not forego Palestine and the issue of Palestine and the question of Palestine or the question of Jerusalem. To the contrary, we see today that the issue of Palestine and Palestinian question, the issue of Jerusalem and the occupation of Jerusalem is the most important issue for all Muslims and Arabs and the world alike. And that if there is an issue that brings Arabs, Muslims, world alike to be united, to work for one particular issue, is about Jerusalem and Palestine. We are proud of that, and we will be working with everybody in order to see the end to occupation, the end to aggression, the end to crimes, and the end to impunity, and the beginning for accountability. We want to see the Palestinian people free, and also living in their own independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. We are proud of the work that has been done today, and we have to build on it. We have to move into other dimensions and to see what can we do together in order to accelerate the process and to focus the attention on the work of the Security Council and on other matters in order to see that a negotiated settlement about the Israeli-Palestinian question will be initiated as soon as possible according to the terms, internationally recognized terms of references and international legitimacy.
العربية لو سمحت، هل هناك تقدم في المشاورات نحو وقف الأعمال القتالية؟ وهل هناك إطار زمني واضح بالنسبة لكم متى يمكن أن يبدأ هذا الوقف؟ وهل هو مرتبط أيضا بمسألة المعابر إلى غزة؟
خبر منذ الساعة 2 فجر صباحا إسرائيل العملية العسكرية.
نحن نعتقد بأن المقاومة الشعب الفلسطيني لهذا الاحتلال ولجرائمه وصموده أمام هذه الجرائم، وقوف المجتمع الدولي مع القضية الفلسطينية ومع عدالة القضية الفلسطينية، وحدة الموقف العربي والموقف الإسلامي مع هذه القضية في مثل هذه الظروف، كل هذه بحد ذاتها والضغط الذي بدأ ينتج عن كل ذلك على إسرائيل من أجل أن تلتزم بوقف القتال ووقف الاعتداءات والعدوان على الشعب الفلسطيني خاصة في قطاع غزة قد بدأ يعطي ثماره. ونحن بدأنا نسمع الكثير من التصريحات والتعليقات التي تأتي من الجانب الإسرائيلي أو من الدول التي تسعى من أجل وقف العدوان الإسرائيلي على شعبنا في قطاع غزة بأن هناك ملامح لوقف إطلاق النار من طرف واحد من قبل الجانب الإسرائيلي ابتداء من الساعة 2 من صباح هذا بعد منتصف الليل. من الواضح بأن إسرائيل لا تريد أن تصل إلى صيغة توافقية حتى لا تعطي أي امتياز لأي جهة بخصوص وقف إطلاق النار. يبدو أنها تسعى للإعلان عن وقف إطلاق النار أحادي الجانب حتى لا تحمل نفسها أي مسؤولية إضافية فيما يتعلق بهذا الموضوع. ما يهمنا في هذه المرحلة بالذات هو وقف العدوان الإسرائيلي. ما يهمنا في هذه المرحلة بالذات هو وقف قتل المدنيين الفلسطينيين، وقف تدمير البنى التحتية والمساكن على المواطنين الفلسطينيين الأبرياء. ما يهمنا في هذه اللحظة بالذات هو أن يستطيع الطفل الفلسطيني أن يغمض عيناه هذه الليلة على أمل أن يصحى غدا بكامل قوته وأنه لا زال على قيد الحياة. هذا بالنسبة لنا هو النقطة الأساس والمهمة، ولكن هذا لا ينسينا على الإطلاق السبب الأساس الذي أوصلنا إلى هذه المرحلة، وهو أن هناك احتلالا مستمرا بدأ منذ عام 1967 ويجب أن ينتهي. هذا الاحتلال يجب أن يتم مقاومته، وهذا الاحتلال يجب أن يتم العمل على إنهائه. ونحن نأمل أن ما حدث خلال ال10 أيام الماضية قد أعاد التأكيد والتركيز والأولويات على القضية الفلسطينية، على جوهر هذه القضية القدس وما يحدث فيها، من أجل أن يعاد الأولويات المجتمع الدولي من جديد، وأن يتم العمل من أجل إنهاء الاحتلال الإسرائيلي ومعاناة الشعب الفلسطيني، والسماح بتجسيد الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة على حدود عام 67 والقدس الشرقية عاصمة لها.
Thank you. I have two questions, brief questions. My English question is,
What made you believe that something would come out of this General Assembly after the UN has failed the Palestinians so many times? And my Arabic question, هل ما يجري الآن على الأرض سيعزز الوحدة الوطنية الفلسطينية وسنخرج من هذه المأساة بعلاقات أفضل وردم الهوة التي وقعت بين غزة والضفة الغربية؟ وكما
I was told by the President of the General Assembly that this is really the first, event since coronavirus COVID-19 14 months ago. And so for the first time, we see the General Assembly, the United Nations, reassembling again for the first time in 14 months. For what? To talk about the question of Palestine. So what brought life into the General Assembly of the United Nations is the question of Palestine. I hope that the question of Palestine will, re-energize the interest among everybody in order really to see things really moving ahead. We do believe that the meeting of the General Assembly has really sent very strong message to the Security Council that you have to take up your responsibility. You have to find, you have to decide among yourselves, and we have really to deal with this issue very seriously. Otherwise, if you fail, then there is another option, the General Assembly. And I do believe that, the messages were very clear and were received very well among the members of the Security Council and beyond. The third message that, there we heard united, strong voice from the General Assembly by so many countries. Message that was sent to the Palestinians that you are not alone, that you are, that many countries are with you, supportive, you feel what you feel, and really working very hard to end your suffering, very, very importantly. But then another message is also to Israel, that Israel cannot enjoy impunity forever, that, at least there is an opinion being really developed among so many countries in the General Assembly and outside of General Assembly that says that Israeli impunity has to stop, and Israel has to be accountable for its own crimes that's being really committed against the Palestinian people. بالنسبة للسؤال بخصوص الوحدة الوطنية، نحن نأمل ذلك. نحن نعتقد بأن ما حدث قد وحد الشعب الفلسطيني بشكل كبير. نحن رأينا كيف أن الشعب الفلسطيني كان في قطاع غزة، كان في القدس، كان في الضفة الغربية، أو كان حتى في داخل 48 قد توحد، قد تحرك وانتفض بشكل أساسي ضد الاحتلال وضد جرائم دولة الاحتلال إسرائيل. وهذا بالنسبة لنا مهم جدا. هذا سوف يعزز، وبالتأكيد سوف يعزز إمكانياتنا على استرجاع واستملاك عناصر الوحدة فيما بيننا. ولهذا السبب نحن نعتقد الآن بأن الظروف يجب أن تكون مواتية من أجل أن تكون هناك مبادرات حقيقية من قبل كافة الفصائل الفلسطينية للتحرك باتجاه هذا الموضوع. السيد الرئيس محمود عباس تحدث بكل وضوح في لقائه الأخير وقال نحن سوف ندعو لاجتماع للأمناء العامين للفصائل للتحدث والاتخاذ قرارات. سوف ندعو الاجتماع للمجلس المركزي الفلسطيني لاتخاذ قرارات حاسمة، وأيضا من أجل ترسيخ هذه الوحدة الوطنية نحن أيضا ندعو إلى تشكيل حكومة وحدة وطنية. هذه مبادرة مهمة جدا تأتي من الرئيس الفلسطيني محمود عباس تجاه ترسيخ الوحدة الوطنية واتجاه توحيد الموقف الفلسطيني في مواجهة هذا الاعتداء الإسرائيلي المستمر على شعبنا الفلسطيني.
Could you just confirm for us in English the details you said in Arabic about the ceasefire and the timing? Could you just do it for us in English, please?
international humanitarian law. Repressive, discriminatory, and provocative policies and actions take us further away than ever from the prospect of achieving a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace. Mr. President, Ireland will continue to support all efforts to reach a ceasefire in response to the current hostilities. In this connection, Ireland welcomes the initiative by France yesterday taken in presenting a draft resolution to members of the Security Council. We also commend the efforts in the Council by Tunisia, China, and Norway to secure the adoption of a presidential statement. Ireland will continue to work with fellow Council members to ensure that the Security Council finds its collective voice on this issue. Mr. President, we cannot return to business as usual after this. That is simply no longer an option. We cannot return to the flouting of international law with the expansion of illegal settlements into occupied Palestinian territory. We cannot return to forced evictions of Palestinians from their homes in East Jerusalem and other parts of the West Bank. We cannot return to demolition of Palestinian property, settler violence, and intimidation. We must acknowledge that these actions, occurring at an unacceptable rate for many years, are a source of legitimate grievance among the Palestinian people and undermine prospects for peace and reconciliation. Violence must stop. The indiscriminate targeting of civilians must stop. Rocket attacks must stop. Airstrikes must stop. Progress requires dialogue, and ultimately there can be no substitute for direct negotiations between the two parties. It's time to look afresh at how the UN, we, the international community, can assist Israelis and Palestinians to bring new momentum to resolving this conflict. We need an urgent and a reinvigorated effort by the international community to restart political engagement and a process for peaceful resolution. We all have a responsibility to get the parties back to the table where negotiations replace rockets and airstrikes. It's the only way forward. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by firmly restating our lasting peace in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ireland, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sudan.
شكرا جزيلا سيد الرئيس على إعطائي الفرصة للحديث، وأرجو أن أتقدم إليكم بجزيل الشكر على تنظيم هذا الاجتماع المهم في هذا التوقيت الحرج حول التطورات في الشرق الأوسط المتمثلة بالتصعيد الكبير وتسارع وتيرة الأحداث في المنطقة، بدءاً من استفزاز المصلين من أهل القدس بالمسجد الأقصى الشريف خلال شهر رمضان المنصرم، بالتزامن مع عملية تهجير لعدد من السكان العرب في حي الشيخ جراح بالقدس الشرقية، مع مصادرة وهدم للمنازل وطرد لساكنيها، الأمر الذي أثار حفيظة ملايين العرب والمسلمين داخل فلسطين وحول العالم، وذلك قبل أن تتطور تلك الاستفزازات إلى عملية عسكرية واسعة سقط على إثرها مئات الشهداء والجرحى في غزة وغيرها من المناطق في الضفة الغربية. يندد السودان بكافة أعمال العنف والتصعيد ضد الفلسطينيين، ويؤكد على أن هذه الأعمال العدوانية ستضيق من فرص تحقيق السلام وستقوض كافة الجهود الإقليمية والدولية الساعية لإيجاد حل وتسوية سياسية عادلة وإحلال السلام والاستقرار في المنطقة. سيد الرئيس، إن إحلال السلام في الشرق الأوسط رهين بإيجاد حل عادل ومستدام للقضية الفلسطينية، وفي هذا الإطار يجدد السودان دعوته إلى إحياء عملية التفاوض المفضي إلى قيام الدولة الفلسطينية على حدود 4 يونيو للعام 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية، وذلك في سياق حل الدولتين وقرارات الشرعية الدولية ومبادرة السلام العربية. إن معالجة الوضع الحالي سيد الرئيس وتحقيق السلام العادل والمستدام يستلزمان تحركاً عاجلاً من المجتمع الدولي والأمم المتحدة بكافة أجهزتها وكل الفاعلين في الإقليم وخارجه، اطلاعاً بأدوارهم من أجل الإسهام بشكل فوري في تحقيق الخطوات التالية: أولاً، الوقف الفوري للأعمال التصعيدية مع إيقاف كافة الإجراءات الأحادية من مصادرة للممتلكات وهدم للمنازل وتهجير للسكان وتوسع استيطاني من أجل إتاحة الفرصة لمعالجة الجرحى والعمليات الإنسانية وإصلاح ما خربته الحرب. ثانياً، تعزيز خطوات بناء الثقة بما يقود إلى توفر الإرادة السياسية وتوفير بيئة ملائمة لاستئناف التفاوض المفضي إلى تحقيق السلام العادل والمستدام. ثالثاً، الشروع فوراً في ترتيبات إحياء مفاوضات السلام بشكل حقيقي وجاد بغية التوصل لحل جذري وعادل للقضية يؤدي إلى تحقيق السلام والاستقرار المنشودان في المنطقة. سيد الرئيس، ختاماً، يجدد السودان موقفه الثابت من القضية الفلسطينية ويدعم كافة خطوات تحقيق السلام المستدام في الشرق الأوسط وفق حل الدولتين وقرارات الشرعية الدولية والمبادرة العربية. وشكراً سيد الرئيس.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sudan, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I begin my remarks today with a quote from Malcolm X. "Peace and freedom," he said, "cannot be separated because no one can be at peace unless he or she already has peace." Peace in the Middle East will remain both elusive and illusory unless the fundamental rights of the Palestinian people are fully recognized and upheld. Their pain and suffering, endured on a protracted quest for peace and freedom, remains an important stain on the international community. An immediate ceasefire is the urgent imperative, and we welcome the announcement from the Israeli media just moments ago that the Israeli cabinet has just approved a ceasefire in Gaza. Hundreds have died and thousands more have been injured following the recent escalations across the occupied Palestinian territory and in Israel. St. Vincent and the Grenadines expresses its deepest concerns, solidarity, and firm condemnation over these abhorrent developments. As a matter of moral principle and of international law, all parties must work swiftly and collectively to de-escalate tensions, to prevent further civilian casualties and address the dire and urgent humanitarian needs of the people affected by this crisis. St. Vincent and the Grenadines calls on the parties to return to direct negotiations to find a lasting solution to this conflict. Future generations of Palestinians deserve to live, work, and pray in peace and security within the contiguous borders of their own country and alongside a prosperous and secure state of Israel. The injustices meted out to the state of Palestine must end now. It is vitally important that all sides uphold and fully respect the integrity and status quo of the holy sites. Additionally, it is time that the international community revisit the question of Palestine's full membership to the United Nations. The recognition of the state of Palestine's legitimate sovereignty and statehood is long overdue and forms an essential component of the two-state solution, which remains the only viable path to peace and stability. We also underscore the urgent need for the international community to respond swiftly and generously to the emergency appeals by UNRWA to address the most pressing humanitarian needs in the Palestinian territories, particularly in Gaza Strip. Mr. President, the besiegement of Gaza since 2007 continues to inflict a severe cumulative toll on all aspects of life in the occupied territory. St. Vincent and the Grenadines calls yet again on Israel, the occupying power, to immediately and unconditionally lift this blockade as an essential step towards addressing the humanitarian crisis. The unquestionable right of Israel to exist in peace and defend itself does not and cannot give it unfettered license to occupy, oppress, and suppress the sovereign rights of the Palestinian people. Furthermore, direct and indiscriminate attacks against civilians are prohibited by international law. And at all times, necessary precautions must be taken to avoid civilian casualties. We therefore reiterate our call for compliance with international humanitarian and human rights law, and for a commitment by all parties to justice and our common humanity. In conclusion, Mr. President, St. Vincent and the Grenadines reaffirms that an internationally agreed two-state solution based on pre-1967 borders remains the most credible path to resolving this issue. Only through dialogue and good faith negotiations, respectful of the bedrock principles of international law, can security for Israel and the state of Palestine be assured, and for Palestinian claims to dignity, equality, and human rights be honored. The international community must deepen its commitment to take the political, diplomatic, and legal steps necessary to de-escalate tensions. The imperative is clear. We must stand together firmly and resolutely and demand peace and justice for all. Now is the time. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malaysia.
Malaysia aligns itself with the statement delivered by Azerbaijan on behalf of the non-aligned movement and the statement to be delivered by the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Malaysia welcomes the timely convening of this meeting today. The meeting enables the General Assembly to deliver a strong message on the deteriorating and dire situation in the occupied Palestinian territory. The excessive use of force in the occupied West Bank, including in East Jerusalem, as well as in Gaza, is inhuman, unjustifiable, and unacceptable. Palestinian civilians, including women and children, have been killed and injured. Homes and buildings, including medical facilities, humanitarian infrastructures, and media offices, have been damaged or destroyed completely. Malaysia strongly condemns these heinous acts. The cycle of violence and bloodshed needs to end. We call for an immediate ceasefire and cessation of hostilities. Regrettably, we are again witnessing the absence of a unified voice in the Security Council over the Palestinian question.